The Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers, presented by Memphis Shades, rolls into the heartland of America with the American Pride cranked up to 10 for Memorial Day weekend and the kickoff of the 2026 season and year number 6 of the Bagger Racing League. Many new faces roll into Hastings, Nebraska to try to show that they are a threat to take the title here in 2026. But how is it all going to play out? It's just about time to find out here live on Racer TV. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to beautiful Motorsports Park Hastings in Hastings, Nebraska for the kickoff of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades. Here it is, round 1 of 6, and as you can see, Mother Nature being kind to us with a picture-perfect weekend for racing. Doubleheader to kick off the 2026 season. I'm Zach Herron, excited to be back once again covering all of the action. And it's just about time to send things down to our second member of the team, the man, the myth, Rob Vitus, who's going to help us get opening ceremonies kicked off.
Well, thanks a lot, Zach. Obviously, it's a pleasure to be here at the opening round of the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades. The venue that we're at is our 3rd year here, and it continues to grow, and the crowd has turned out in droves. We can't wait. New racers, new battles, but one thing impossible. Everybody wants to dethrone the number 1 plates, and they're coming out loaded for bear. One of the first things that we like to do here is make sure that we get a blessing on this great place, and to do that with today's invocation, will you please help me welcome from Hastings MPH, Jeff Lacina.
Let us pray. Father God, on this glorious, glorious Memorial Day weekend, we just ask your blessing on all those who served our country years and years ago, who gave the ultimate sacrifice so that we may enjoy the freedoms to pursue our passions and live in the greatest country in the land. Lord, we ask your blessing on all of our racers, all of their crew, their family, their friends, all of our spectators that are here today. Please remind us and grant us the grace of your love today, tomorrow, and forever. It's in Jesus' holy and precious name we pray, and all God's people said, amen.
Jeff, thank you very much for that invocation. Now, as we celebrate Memorial Day and 250 years of Americana, will you please help me welcome, singing today's national anthem, Deidre Walker.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we've hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we've watched, we're so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, how about that, folks? No better way to kick off the opening for an incredible opening to the 2026 season. Just about ready to get things kicked off with our first race of the afternoon and our first race of the season as well. Let's take a look at our track map here at Motorsports Park Hastings. Like Rob was just talking about, year number 3 here of this beautiful location. And this is one of the fan favorites. Got some unique characteristics to it as well. The Motorsports Park Hastings crew has really kind of embased Bagger Racing League as we take a look at this Motion Pro track map. And this is one that we'll talk about this throughout the season. As we start to get more experience at these tracks, some of these riders can have hotlines, know some secrets, have some settings to look back on as well. So this is what's going to make this opening round so exciting. We could not be more grateful to be right back here at Motorsports Park Hastings to kick off the 2026 season. So getting the grid cleared off, we will be dropping the green flag here in just a matter of minutes. As we're getting ready to get the machines fired up and head out for a sighting lap, kind of a warm-up sighting lap. One last chance to glance out the course and get those machines warmed up as well. And this is, if you remember back to 2025, this is the same track designer that also designed Gingerman Raceway, so got a little bit of a similar feel to that racetrack as well. So, warm-up lap getting ready to go underway here. So let's take a look at our grid lineup here for race number 1. Looks like Levi Beatty, if I'm not mistaken, grabbing that number 1 spot on the number 8 machine. Joey Robinson lined up right next to him on the 55, and then Sean Hoffman, a familiar name there on the 27. Good to see Jake McGuire back with us after a solid 2025. Mike Corey back with us as well. Joe Beavers looks like the last on row number 2, and then Dylan Padgett and Caleb Childers going to round out your 3 rows. As you can see, the countdown has begun. And we will get this warm-up lap started. And it is Levi Batty, I'm actually being told the last name. And out there on, if you remember, Carl Schlacht, who has been with us the past few years, that is actually Carl's old bike that is now out racing, the Levi Batty piloting that machine. And here we go. Machines headed out onto course. Oh, actually being told I got both names wrong. So Levi Batty on the number 8. He's going to make sure I'm going to get it right if he keeps riding like this in pole position here for our Barnett Clutches and Cables Super Street Baggers class, race number 1. And Levy, a Belgium by nature, and if you know anything about the sport bike world, you've probably heard of Levi Batty. Excited to have him lining up with us here in 2026, round number 1. Looks like not just showing up to take part, but to potentially take over, at least here in this Barnett Clutches and Cables Super Street Baggers class. There's a warm-up lap underway. So like we said, one last opportunity for these racers to check out the course, get those machines. Can't really do a ton of adjusting, but if anything, maybe dial yourself into how the machine's feeling. You can see the racers approaching the grid now. take their position on the grid, and the 2026 season will officially be off and rolling. This is our fastest growing class, like we talked about in our show opener, year number 6 of the Bagger Racing League. And this has been our fastest growing class. So excited to be able to give them their own class here. The Barnett Clutches and Cables Super Street Baggers class. And it'll be exciting to see some of the new faces in this one. So last bit of preparation here, taking a glance over. Oh, looks like one machine. Okay, so it sounds like this rider's showing up just a little bit late. The 76 of Caleb Childers, he was on that back row anyway, so not going to cost him huge besides missing out on the ability to warm himself and the machine up. But here we go. Course being cleared off. And the first green flag of 2026 getting ready to fly. Here we go. And we are officially off and rolling. How about it? A leap off of that first row. Looks like that might have been Joey Robinson commanding the lead headed into turn number 1. And look at this, though. The battle's already begun. Is that baddie around the outside? Taking a look, not going to miss that bike. Bright machine. Looking mighty bright headed up front now. Look at this, though. A charge on the backside of the podium. There's now some shuffling around for the final few spots on the podium. So this is going to be interesting to see. Can Batty potentially run away with this thing early, or is the fight on the backside of the podium going to push them towards the front? Take a look at this. Looks like that gap starting to kind of maintain. At the front of the field. Looked like Betty was starting to kind of peel off from it. Definitely got a bit of a gap, but see those machines funneling into place as we get ready to put our first lap in the books. Try to take a look. Timing and scoring. Right now it is Levy Batty leading the way. Sean Hoffman has now moved up to that number 2 spot. Joey Robinson, Jake McGuire, and Mike Corey, your top 5. Right now, Barnett Clutches and Cables Super Street Baggers class, our fastest growing class of 2025, now with its own race here in 2026. And Levy Batty trying to start the year off with an exclamation point. As look at this, the 55 and the 27 starting to go at it here. So Sean Hoffman looks like may have forfeited that number 2 spot to Robinson. As there it is, they flip-flop on your screen. One of my favorite spots here at Motorsports Park Hastings, really able to open things up, and you can piece that slight turn together, set yourself up. We've seen so many passes in that one spot over the years. So your top 5 looking like this: Levy Batty, Joey Robinson, Sean Hoffman, Jake McGuire, and Mike Corey. Things spacing out, it looks like, just a little bit here inside the top 5. A lot of names fired up here in 2026, feeling like this is their year. Starting to close up a little bit here on the backside. Let's look at this, starting to hunt. Couldn't quite make out the number there. So it looks like, I believe that's McGuire there on the green machine. Now coming under fire from Mike Corey. This is for the 4th place spot. Corey starting to creep his way forward. And sounds like made the most of practice yesterday, was available for everyone, so looks like made the most of it and figured, I don't even know whether it's the lines out, looks like just the machine really hooking up, driving forward. You can see closes things up once again, maybe a bike length or two just in that one short section. And Jake McGuire, if you remember last year, was running multiple classes last year, and if I'm not mistaken, finished 2nd in both of them. So McGuire, not a bitter taste in his mouth by any means after an incredible ride last season, but he's showing up with 1 goal and 1 goal only this year, and that's a championship. So like I said, glad to see McGuire back with us, and hopefully McGuire going to continue to push that pace and maybe even find himself on the top step of the podium holding up that championship by the end of the year. Oh, look at this. Problems. Is that your leader? Is that Levy Batty down? Look at this. And doesn't look like able to get the machine up. So this is a huge shakeup. Your fastest qualifier in class and early race leader having issues as the Memphis Shades live drone picks up the pass for, I believe that was Hoffman, and there it is. Absolutely heartbreaking. Not how we wanted. Oh, those machines. I can't stress how heavy that machine truly is. And what was a battle for 4th now has turned into a battle for the final podium spot. Look at this. Corey still all over the back of Jake McGuire. Man, how about it? McGuire doing a great job of staying cool under pressure here. Doesn't look like he's switching the lines up too much, just kind of sticking to what works. Here it is, Corey trying to peek up the inside, not close enough, and probably not going to be able to set up quite as well in that corner. Really didn't lose a lot of time, though, actually, as sounds like we are just past the halfway point of this first race of the season. Barnett Clutches and Cables, Super Street Baggers, race number 1, and already chaos as your early race leader finds himself down look to be okay, which is great to hear. But those machines, so heavy, so difficult to pick up, and there it is, the absolute heartbreak for your early race leader, looking like going to be out of this one. Meanwhile, it is now to within about a bike and a half. Scratch that now, about half a bike as they make their way. I believe this is the final approach back before the start-finish line. Maybe not. No, this is the switchback. As watch this, a little glance over there from McGuire. He's got to play this smart. This final corner, so crucial the way you set it up, so easy to drift out wide, as here it is, the drag race between the two of them, and for the moment, McGuire still hangs on to it. Shout out to Mike Corey, though, as well. It is very difficult to stay on the attack like this. He's yo-yoing back and forth within, practically pulled up alongside of him just a couple of corners ago. Has to see him kind of stretch things back out. Look at this, a good drive from Corey. Gonna pull up. Oh man, this is your rookie of the year from last year, Mike Corey. Really made some huge strides forward, and best believe that rookie of the year only motivated him to continue learning and pushing forward. Once again, seems like Corey really able to push it there late in the straights. Gets hard on the brakes and able to slow that machine down. And I tell you, if you're a Corey fan in this situation, you got to start to like the look backs from Jake McGuire. You know Jake having to start to ride with eyes in the back of his head. We've talked about the laser focus that these athletes have to have throughout the entirety of this race. Got to be focused on one thing and one thing only, and that is their race. Right now it seems like a little tiny bit of headspace for McGuire being dedicated to Mike Corey in this moment. So we'll see if he can hang on to it. Just about 3/4 of the way through this first race of the season. And the battle to watch has been this battle on screen. Look at that, a little shake there for McGuire. Can't say he's not pushing it. Still see the machine for Batty just laying back there. A sign of what could have been to start this season off, but now a huge shakeup as Sean Hoffman chases down Joey Robinson in the 2 and the number 1 spot, and then the battle on your screen. Jake McGuire, the green machine, in that number 3 spot, currently out front of Mike Corey. And that was a great drive for McGuire right there. Immediately able to open up a few bike lengths. Got to wonder if Corey's starting to get a little demoralized here on this one. It's looking like things were tightening up towards the front of the field as well. As look at that, I believe so. How about it? The battle is on for the lead between Joey Robinson and Sean Hoffman. What a way to kick off the 2026 season. So Robinson, we saw they were shuffling positions even back in the number 2 spot. But after a mistake from your early race leader, things are wide open here at the front of your Barnett Clutches and Cables Super Street Baggers class. Going to work their way past the lap rider. There you see Joey Robinson on that 55 machine. Sean Hoffman just behind in the 27. They clear the lap traffic. Looks like might have benefited Robinson ever so slightly. You can see those machines kind of just shimmying underneath them as they charge hard into that corner. And look at this, folks, white flag in the air. 1 lap left to go. So little distance between our 2 riders for the top spot. And you can see now having to work their way through lap traffic, trying to keep the power down. And Robinson, not a super familiar name here on the road racing side of things, his 2nd road race ever right now, and is currently battling for the lead, and he is in control of it for the moment. Look at this, Hoffman charging just a little bit more into that corner, but that's what he's got to do. He's got to keep this pressure on right now, see if he can rattle Robinson. And Robinson, this is the kind of guy that's going to take a lot to rattle him at all. He's used to doing stunts, doing wheelies, doing, the crazy stuff that racers shake their head at. So don't get me wrong. He is wide open right now. The speed, though, I don't think going to rattle him, but rattling him right now is Sean Hoffman. Look at this. Now close to within a bike length or so. Mere corners away from the checkered flag. Sean Hoffman, the mechanic for Suburban Motors Harley-Davidson. This is a guy that lives, eats, sleeps, and breathes baggers. He knows these machines inside and out and knows how to push them all the way down to the very limit. He's got to drive up the inside, coming into the final few corners. Look at this. Hoffman trying to thread the needle, not quite able to do it. Can he make the exit? This is going to be the drag race. Coming down to it. Look at this. Woo! I'm telling you what, Joey Robinson was pumped up. And he was celebrating a little early for my taste. I can't believe it. He knew Sean Hoffman was right there. Hoffman finishing less than a bike length behind in the number 2 spot, and it looks like Jake McGuire can hang on for that final podium position with Mike Corey checking in just behind. Not sure if that was Beavers we just saw in the number 5 spot take the checker flag, but wow, what a way to kick off the 2026 season. And you can tell they got to be fired up over that one. Hoffman is fired up, even coming in the number 2 spot. Meanwhile, the 55 ride going to get the job done and take the first checkered flag of the 2026 season. What a way to look at it. We'll take a look here at a race replay momentarily. Seeing these machines on their cool down lap. Certainly deserving it after a race like that. As the checker flag waves, race number 1, your Barnett clutches and cables Super Street Baggers class. Taking a look at your race recap here for race number 1. The Barnett Clutches and Cables Super Street Baggers class. What a jump it was right off the rip for the number 55 ride. You could tell he was fired up for this one, but it wouldn't be long for one of the new faces, Levy Batty, on the number 8 ride, your fastest qualifier. Takes a bit of a long way around. You see it at the top of your screen, your Red Line Oils race recap. Batty makes the pass around the outside, and then this battle between the 1 and 2 spot was originally for the number 2 spot entirely, with Robinson and Hoffman trading positions before we saw the early race leader, Levy Batty, down on the ground. Meanwhile, Jake McGuire was under incredible pressure from Mike Corey throughout, I would say, basically the entirety of this race. There is the crucial mistake. Batty going down, back to that battle that was for 4th, now turns into a podium spot potential. And we were locked in on this. We realized, wait a second, things were closing back in at the top of the field as well, as the 27 ride trying to chase him down. Joey Robinson, though, staying cool under pressure. Sean Hoffman giving him everything he wanted and then some. At the end of the day, it would be Robinson taking the win with Hoffman in that number 2 spot. As we take a look at your Alpine Stars top 10, it's Joey Robinson, Sean Hoffman, and Jake McGuire, your podium. Mike Corey, Joe Beavers, Matt DeNoyer, Dylan Paget, Levy Batty, and Caleb Childers, your top 10 here for race number 1, the Barnett Clutches and Cables Super Street Baggers class. Well, folks, the 2026 season is officially off and rolling, and we've got plenty more action in store. We're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades right here on Racer TV.
We're Advan Black, industry leader in color-matched performance bagger parts.
For over a decade, we've been building premium parts and accessories for baggers. Designed for riders who demand more from every mile. Advan Black. You choose the destination, we handle the rest.
Drive anywhere on the Dueler AT Ascent tire. With rugged sawtooth edges designed for on- and off-road adaptability. Bridgestone innovation in all terrain.
From the sun-drenched coasts of California to the stormy plains of the Midwest and the misty peaks of the Appalachians, This beautiful nation gives us all kinds of weather, but nothing the American Elite 2 can't handle. When the skies open up, confidence comes alive. This is a true long-haul tire, engineered precisely for unpredictable elements along the way, providing exceptional grip and stability when it matters most. American Elite 2, built for the ride.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Advent Black, Redline Oil, and Dunlop. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round number 1 of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades. We just wrapped up our first race of the day, our Barnett Clutches and Cable Super Street Baggers class, and we've got our very own Rob Bidas standing by with our podium.
Well, thanks a lot, Zach. Obviously, we're down here podium side. We have the top 3 finishing third today, kicking off the season. You're somebody that knows how to manage a championship. You always put yourself in a kicking off the season with the third place. Jake, great ride.
Yeah, it's honestly a surprise. The competition has definitely gotten a lot faster this year, and hats off to these two. They were flying, but we made it happen with some luck.
Well, we want to tell you congratulations and present you with third place. Our Grand Marshallette, Paula Fox, is hooking you up. How about a nice round of applause for Mr. Jake McGuire? We're going to slide to the opposite end of the podium right here. And we got the youngest member of the BRL over here. And we've got somebody that's a bit seasoned up. Sean Hoffman, great ride out there, my friend.
Thanks, Rob. It was a ride of a lifetime for me. It's been a while since I've been up here. And built a new bike for this season with a lot of good people behind me. Joe at Suburban, Ben at Impact, Jim and Judy High Octane for supporting me, DP Brakes, SNS. There's a whole bunch of people that I got to thank. My family, God, everyone.
Well, congratulations. Paula Fox has your second place award right there. How about a nice round of applause for Sean Hoffman? You're supposed to take a little while to get acclimated to anything. You waited for your second road race ever to land on the top step up here. Joey Robinson, you have done a lot of things on a motorcycle except road race. You saw a couple of your friends doing it a short time ago. You said, I want in. Joe from Suburban Harley said, hey, who doesn't want a 6'4" road racer out there? What a ride, my friend.
Yeah, very thankful that it went the way it did. First and foremost, I'd like to send my wishes to Levi. I hope he's okay. It didn't look like a bad spill. But we'll take a gift on the first round. We were running a consistent second, and unfortunately he went down, and we'll take the first. But Joe, Catherine, Aaron, the whole Suburban team, I'm living the dream right now. I'm very thankful. Legend Suspension, Claiborne, everyone who's behind us, Fueling Parts, Sly Fox. You know, it takes an army. It truly does, and I'm just very thankful to be up here on the top step.
Well, Paula, you have a number 1 plate to hand out here for the first day of racings. Folks, this is the Barnett Super Street Podium. How about a nice round of applause for our top 3? We're going to take a step back, and when we do, Zach's in the warehouse. We've got a lot of great activities. Folks, we'll be back in just a moment.
All right, thank you very much, Rob. Fantastic stuff down there as we officially kick off the 2026 season with our first podium celebration. And, yeah, just like Rob was talking about it, how about it, Jake McGuire, a athlete we've come to know and love here at the BRL, one that we know is capable of getting the job done, and we were able to dive a little deeper and catch up with Jake McGuire earlier this weekend.
Well, here we are in the paddock, Jake McGuire. Now, this guy is one of the double-duty racers. Air-cooled twins, he's been the champ of that a couple times, and he is in the Super Street class, and he's getting ready to go do some battle out there as well. How you looking for 2026?
Hoping for the best. Actually, I'm just going down to one bike this year, so I'll just be on the bagger. Had a great time on the Softail, but I enjoyed this one a little bit more, so we're going to stick with it. I'd like to get a win at some point. I had nothing but second places last year, so maybe we can fight and get one.
You know, we watched all last year. You are definitely the hunter. You kind of like sitting in third, then you move up into the number 2 spot. Next thing you know, you're a closer. Is that how you kind of go about it? You're like, let this race come to me, and then I'll go on the attack?
Yeah, and I think it's kind of a fault. I need to work on getting started and getting into it a little bit more so I can not have to do that and maybe get a win instead of second.
Well, we'd certainly like to see you on the podium. We like seeing you at these races. You guys make quite a journey out of it when you come. Where do you guys hail from?
We came from Glasgow, Kentucky, so about 13 hours if you run it straight through. Unfortunately, didn't have that. We brought my little daughter with us, so it was about a 18, 19-hour trip.
Well, I'll tell you what, we're glad to have you here. Keep your eye on the 718 as he's going to be out there. One class this year, he'll be on the bagger.
Well, how about it? What an impression to make there with your one class, starting things off with a podium finish. Now, Jake doing a fantastic job, but got to give a shout-out to Mike Corey there as well, really putting the pressure on, and might have missed out on that podium, but we were able to catch up with Mike Corey a little bit earlier this weekend.
As we make our way up and down Vendors Row here, looking at all the different riders and factories and teams and sponsors that are here, we come across the number 41. Last year, Mike Corey, the BRL Rookie of the Year. He rides in the Barnett Super Street class, and he is loaded and ready to go for 2026. Welcome back to the track.
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it. We're excited to be here. We've made some changes to the motorcycle, and we're excited to put them to use this year.
You know, we were talking to some of the other teams. They'll make the change, but a lot of them have to physically wait to get to the track to see if they went the right way, the wrong way. There's so much effort that goes into it, and yet we have so little time to ride them.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we were able to make the changes that we wanted. We weren't able to test. We got the bike loaded up, brought it out here, and the last session that we went out, that was our practice session, and shook the bike down. Everything worked out pretty good. We liked the changes that were made. Made a couple more adjustments, and now we're ready to go.
You know, so many of the guys and folks that are at home right now, they're tuning in, watching around. They're like, hey, I should do that. What would your advice be to somebody that's really getting started? They have a street bike. Maybe they've done some of the upgrades to it, but they don't know if it's a track bike. They don't know if it's a street bike. What would you suggest?
What I suggest is go into a local track, get with an organization, and just do a track day. I mean, you got to get your feet wet. If you have a performance bagger or a Softail, just get on the track, and then you'll figure out, like, hey, I love this or I don't like it, you know, and that's the first step, getting out there and doing it.
So, folks, if you're at home and you want to be part of it, first suggestion, you heard it here from Mike, go to a track, get yourself some of the best protective gear you could find, get out there and just see how much fun it could be. As you start making the improvements, would it be ride height? Would it be suspension? Would it be brakes, tire? What would you kind of rank some of the top 4 or 5 things that make the biggest change?
So suspension's number 1. You need a good suspension. Once you have your good suspension, then brakes are number 2. Once you have that figured out and you're riding the bike to its ability, then you can start playing with ride height. Then you can start playing with performance. But the biggest thing is suspension is number 1.
Well, you heard it here first. Suspension number 1. If you're out there checking it out, make sure you do all the research you can. There's some great companies out there, and we want to see you at the racetrack. Best of luck to you in 2026, and have fun this weekend.
Thank you so much, Rob. Appreciate you, buddy.
Mike Corey down here on Paddock Row.
All right, great stuff from Rob and Mike, and solid start to the season for Mike as well. Well, we're going to get ready for another quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more racing here for the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades. We'll be right back.
Performance isn't a trend, it's a lifestyle. At Tucker Speed, we live and breathe Harley-Davidson performance. From performance parts and accessories to riding gear and apparel, we carry everything you need to build a faster, harder running machine. But we don't just sell parts. We build, we ride, and we race with the parts we sell. Because real performance only comes from real experience. From complete engine builds to suspension upgrades to in-house dyno tuning and custom performance setups, our team is dedicated to pushing Harley-Davidson performance to the limit. Street or track, weekend rider or full race build, Tucker Speed has the parts, knowledge, and experience to take your bike to the next level. Visit tuckerspeed.com or bring your bike to the experts at Tucker Speed.
Make your mark with Memphis Shades, proud sponsor of the 2025 Bagger Racing League. From raw materials to the open road, our windshields and fairings are designed by riders and handcrafted in the heart of Tennessee. Whether it's cross-country or weekend rides, Memphis Shades lets you ride longer, look better, and enjoy every mile. Visit memphisshades.com to check out our full lineup and upgrade your ride today. Memphis Shades, style that works.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Andrews Performance, Ultra Cool, and Pirelli. Oh, yeah. Well, if you did not know, Hastings, Nebraska is the home of Kool-Aid, and probably could use a little Kool-Aid after a long day of doing some battling here at beautiful Motorsports Park Hastings, round one of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. Well, hey, we talk about how many incredible people it takes to put on these events, from every single participant to every single sponsor as well. Well, we were able to catch up with our friends at Andrews Performance Product and talk with them a little bit about how much Bagger Racing League means to them.
The kickoff of our 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of Baggers presented by Memphis Shades. And where do we stop first? The title sponsor of our Bagger GP. Michael, last MVP, you handed over the prestigious Fred Fox Cup to the Suburban Harley team, and to have the Andrews name tagged on as the title sponsor, that certainly has to be something you're proud of.
Oh, it's absolutely great. I mean, we've been doing this for 54 years. It's in great memory of John Andrews, who founded the company, and we're just a pleasure to be part of this. It's such a professionally run organization, and we love to get out here and see the people doing what they love and working with our parts, and just the brotherhood. It's amazing.
You know, you talk about the parts, and a lot of these companies rely on types of testing. Some used to do out in the Mojave Desert and ride around for thousands of miles. You said, listen, we're going to take our products to the racetrack. We're going to show not only what they do performance-wise, but the durability. And the end result customer, that's who really benefits.
Absolutely. I mean, for many years, customers just assumed we had lifetime warranties because our stuff never wore out. But, you know, we don't have lifetime warranties. But we do stand behind our product, and, you know, we do everything to make sure the customer's satisfied and just make it a great experience all the way around.
Well, speaking of great experiences, we can't wait to see how this plays out in the Andrews Bagger GP Class of 2026.
Certainly going to be fun to watch, and just like Rob said, the Andrews family, the title sponsor for that Bagger GP and main event coming up here to close out the day's racing. But how about this? So great to see all of the canopy set up and all of the amazing fans out here to kick off round number one of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers season. the Memphis Shades live drone catching you all of the action here from the pits. And I tell people all the time, it is, don't get me wrong, it's a race environment. Everybody means business, but man, there is some fun looking around to be done as well. You've got all kinds of trick machines. You've got incredible parts, the details that these companies put into whatever they bring to the table, whether it's our friends at Andrews, whether it's our friends at Redline Oil, whoever it may be. They put so much detail into the products, and it is so cool to see them not only providing those products, but showing up here in person and on site as well. So there you see, it looks like the Barnett Clutches and Cables tent set up. You can see some of those machines locked and loaded, some of them still tucked away, waiting for their time to shine, coming up here in just a little bit. Round 1 of the 2026 season. Don't forget round number 2 going to be coming up tomorrow right here live on Racer TV. Go ahead and set the reminder, set the alarm clock, and we will see you right back here for more racing action. But for right now, 1 class in the books and still plenty more racing to go as the fans hear the buzz. So what's going on? That's right. You're live right now on Racer TV as we are live out on track. Riders making their way around for their warm-up lap as things going to be getting serious here in just a matter of minutes. And this is the sighting lap, once again, or warm-up lap as we like to call it. They're getting tires warmed up, getting those machines fully up and ready. And then we will throw the green flag. So very little bit different than what you see out at your average motocross or your off-road races. Kind of like the sighting lap they have out at Loretta Lynn's, except this one just as much for the machines as it is for the riders, warming those tires up, warming the machines up, and getting ready to do battle. As we take a look, we're going to have our middleweight sport bike class out there, as well as our air-cooled twins, and then of course can't forget about that DP Brakes liquid-cooled twins class, all making their way to the grid right now here for race number 2. I always enjoy these classes. You got a bit of variety as far as the machines. Seems like some going to be a little stronger in certain areas of the course than others, and so always fun to see exactly how the rider manages that, whether they really push hard in one section versus the other. You can see the number 11 ride right there, a fan favorite, fired up to try to start some things off strong as well. As taking a look at timing and scoring here, looks like it was actually Seth Dahmer on the number 34 ride, grabbing our top spot with Chris Muck and Teddy Honan, 1, 2, and 3. So that is your starting row. And then back there in row number 3, Drew Jankard, Vincent Wilson, and David Lancaster in their class. And then it looks like Chase French, Carl Wilhelm, and Douglas Dara going to round out the grid here as they all get locked into place, locked and loaded. And we get ready for a green flag to wave here for race number 2. Once again, your middleweight sport bike, or super bike, I'm sorry, your air-cooled twins and your DP Brakes liquid-cooled twins class here for race number 2. Drop the walkie-talkie. He got it, though. And here we go. 30-second board is out. It turns around, and we are just about green flag flying. Here we go. Oh, problems for one rider off the start. Not sure what that was. Almost looked like the machine wasn't in gear. The rest of the field, though, a clean start and almost immediately funnel into line as the Memphis Shades live drone picks up. Look at this. We saw passes in this corner in our last race as well. And one rider trying to make some moves around the outside was at the 34 trying to regain the lead. And then it looks like the 11 of Jankard is up there as well. So look at this 4-rider breakaway early on in this one. Who's going to be able to hang it on just a little bit longer? Beautiful move. Was that Jankard that just put it on him? And it looks like it is. So the 11 ride making something happen late on the straightaway, braking hard, and now starting to see some of these machines show exactly where they're strongest. As the pressure is on. Here we go. It is the Harley machine leading the way, the Pan American out front. get ready for, look at this. I mean, just absolutely pitching these machines down into these corners. So good to see the 11. Look at this, still battles going on. Is that the 696 of Muck up there as well? It is. So it's the 11, the 696, and the 34 across the stripe. And what is still a three-rider fight. No room for Jankard to slip up, but man, it seemed like Dahmer and Muck were going back and forth. Couldn't even see all three of them right there. They're so identical in the lines they're taking. Kind of fun when they tried to catch that draft. Jankard, Muck, Dahmer, Vincent Wilson, and Teddy Holden rounding out your top five. Seth Dahmer, no stranger to the road racing world. And a name carrying a little bit of reputation behind it here coming into the season. But man, how about this? Jankard now under pressure, as that was Dahmer who had made the pass for the number 2 spot. So Dahmer on the 34 ride, your fastest qualifier, now makes his way around Chris Muck and almost immediately starts putting heavy pressure on Drew Jankard. Look at this. Oh man, actually having to check up just a little bit. Jankard doing a great job of, I'm not going to say riding a wide bike, but certainly not going out of his way to try to avoid Seth Dahmer. You're going to pass me. You're going to have to find a way to get around me, no doubt about it. Here they are, full arrow position, tucked in and wide open as they put another lap in the books. Drew Jankard, Seth Dahmer, Chris Muck, 1, 2, and 3. And if you're Chris Muck right now, you got to try to take the pen and paper out, figure something out. What are these top 2 riders doing that you are not? As there you see Jankard able to open it up just a little bit down that straightaway. And this is 2 different classes battling for the overall. This is one of the things that I was talking about that I love. You've got your middleweight superbike class, your air-cooled twins. You've got your DP Brakes liquid-cooled twins classes all out on course at the same time, but there's an element of pride to it. Motorcycle racing at its purest. If there's a bike in front of me, I want them behind me. And right now, Dahmer trying to take down the Harley ride of Jankard out front. Tell you what, some DP brakes are getting put to the test right now as they are charging so hard into these corners. So impressive the control from these riders and the little micro adjustments that they're making. You see Jankard staying, at least from what you can tell, very focused forward, not doing any looking back, not glancing back, but you know he's almost got a radar type awareness as to where Dahmer is at. Near that 34 ride, look at the back end dancing around on Dahmer there. Just shows how hard he's trying to charge into these corners. He tucks down underneath. Not quite able to get the drive on that one either. As Jankard puts another one across the stripe, leading the way. Muck now starting to kind of be in no man's land just a bit back there in the number 3 ride with Vincent Wilson and Teddy Holden rounding out your top 5 early. Man, those long, wide open sections for Jankard are so nice. It seems like he's able to, not a ton, maybe half a bike length per long straightaway. And he's maybe got 2 or 3 of those around course where it just seems like he's able to accelerate so hard. But that section right there, you just saw on screen. And look at this, having to split a lap rider as well. Wow, how about that? Talk about some heads-up riding. But you saw Dahmer make up a ton of time on deceleration. What was this? Was that Jankard waving Dahmer by? Could we have a problem for the 11? Memphis Shades live drone here high atop the sky. Couldn't quite tell who I was looking at. So no, there is still your battle for the lead. So it looks like one rider just throwing the hand up trying to get out of the way of the lead riders. Meanwhile, it doesn't get much closer than that, folks. Let me just break it down in simplest terms. Jankard's got it. Dahmer wants it. Oh, the 34 just shaking back and forth. Now watch this. Jankard's going to grab a handful of power. Try to run away for at least another lap. got to be so frustrating for Dahmer right now. It definitely seems like he's got a bit more pace, but at some point, this is the beauty of the various machines. Janker got maybe just a little more horses under the hood. Watch this, another long straight. You see the gap start to stretch out. Janker does a great job of piecing this section together, but then watch as Dahmer able to close in so much under braking. Poof, there go those gaps. Let's look at this now. Dahmer back within about a bike length. Halfway point through this race here, folks, so we are just getting warmed up as the cat and mouse go at it. Janker right now leading the way with Dahmer. Searching left, searching right. I mean, you got to give the guy some props. Staying very creative as far as the way he's trying to find around Drew Janker. So the Alloy Art Pan American leads the way. Meanwhile, the Tony Tucker backed ride. Tucker's speed is, look at this, Dahmer. Ooh, getting dicey with it. Outside, back to inside. Not quite close enough to have the spot. Here we go. Now going to charge into the final few quarters of the lap. Man, once again, Dahmer, I mean, just almost seems like a flawless drive around the corner, but just not quite able to get the power down to the ground as roughly 3 laps to go here in this middleweight Superbike Air-Cooled Twins and DP Brakes Liquid-Cooled Twins race number 2 of round 1. And once again, the racing as close as it gets as Drew Janker trying to hang on to it. The bragging rights up for grabs. These guys always so fun up on the podiums, even before the cameras turn on, smack talking back and forth and giving, of course, a ton of props. Really cool, the family atmosphere and the support that you have out here at Bagger Racing League. But no doubt about it, when the helmet goes on, the visors come down, and it is mano a mano. As look at this, Dahmer tries to cut back. I thought he was going to try to sneak it up the inside. This is what we talk about here at Bagger Racing League. Year number 6, and this has become the norm. Wheel-to-wheel battles, final few laps of racing for the win. That's what I love, is it's at the front of the pack. We just had the same thing in race number 1. Now we've got it again here in race number 2. Separate classes, but like we say, the bragging rights for the bikes and the riders as well, which I think both of these riders, I mean, just look at how hard they're pushing right there in the corner. Both of those bikes getting head shakes. Like we've talked about, Dahmer, a very experienced road bike athlete or a street bike racer. So watch what he's doing, and our producers and directors here noticing this as well. He's funneling in right behind Janker and almost feeling these lines that Janker's taking. Why are they working for him? Gotta wonder if he's not saving up one last ditch effort there on that final lap to try to close this in and make the pass stick this time. He's maybe shown him a wheel, shown him half a wheel here or there. Lap riders, not really been too much of play in this one. Had a quick little pop-up scare there, but besides that, these two have been able to go at it toe-to-toe. As Dahmer, once again, just a little wide, and then watch this, he cuts back under. He's kind of just flirting with these alternate lines right now, testing the waters. The time is running out as the white flag will be coming out here very, very soon. So got to be as close as he can. It looks like they may actually have a little more lap traffic up ahead of him. Maybe a bit thicker. Yeah, 1-2 riders up ahead. Look at this. Both doing a great job of trying not to affect the race, but this is an opportunity. Dahmer sees it, and he strikes. How about it? Seth Dahmer, surgical with it in the switchbacks, but Janker not giving up yet and is able to retake the lead just one corner later. We know how hard these final few corners are of the lap. Lap rider just in front of him, and of course throw the white flag in the mix as well. One more time to tango here around Motorsports Park Hastings. Drew Janker gave Seth Dahmer the sweet taste of the lead for all of about half a second and snatched it back. That might have been just the drop of blood in the water that Dahmer needed to know he's got what it takes. So remember that section. Those were the final few corners of the lap. in that last little switchback, Dahmer was able to just get far enough up alongside. Oh, and that was a mistake right there from Dahmer. You could see, had to maybe chop the throttle just a little bit. Closes it back in on that next corner, as he always does, but might have lost just a little bit of time right there. So he has got to gain that back and try to get as close as he can to the back of the number 11. Headed into these final few switchbacks. Oh man, doing such a great job. Once again, within less than 2 bike lanes separate the 34 and the 11. Drew Jankert cannot stress enough how impressive it is. Stayed almost flawless under pressure like this, and when he did get under strike, immediately responded and took that lead back. Here we go. Dahmer trying to cut underneath. Oh, is he saving it for the final corner? He pulls up alongside. Here we go, headed into those switchbacks. Oh, it's a drag race, and it's going to be Jankert. How about it? What a race. The power to the ground, and Jankert snatches it back. Man, what a battle between Seth Dahmer and Drew Jankert. Like we said, 2 different classes battling it out, both going to grab their class wins, but man, what a battle on course, and for us here on Racer TV as well. That one came down to that, the final few feet of racing. Such a good drive from Dahmer, but the Harley power. Jankert answers the call and hangs on to it. As the rest of the field are going to start to make their way across the line, taking the checkered flag here for race number 2. Middleweight Superbike air-cooled twins and the DP Brakes liquid-cooled twins class. And like I said, they were stretching the throttles and putting those DP brakes to good use. Man, I don't think you could charge much harder than that. So checker flag waves here for race number 2. Drew Jankert and Seth Dahmer. How about it? We take a look at the Redline Oil race recap. And right from the jump, we had position swapping all over the place as the Superbikes got off to an early race lead, but the number 11 popped in the screen and just started slicing his way forward. Jankert made a couple of quick passes and would put himself up into the number 1 ride early. Meanwhile, back behind him, Chris Muck and Seth Dahmer were going at it as Muck had worked his way up to the number 2 spot and leading class, but the 34 starts slicing and dicing his way back up to the number 11, and then the table for 2 was set. These 2 went at it for probably the last half, if not more, of the backside of this race. Dahmer would get a line, Jankert would respond. You see right here, Dahmer peeks around the outside, able to pull up alongside and take the lead for all of about 1 to 3 seconds. Jankert immediately responds back on the power and back into the number 1 ride. And that put the defenses on high alert for Drew Jankert as they split a lap rider coming to the white flag. That final lap was anyone's guess. Dahmer was all over him. It was a drag race to the finish line. Is look at this. Dahmer tries to take the wide way around, rolls the throttle on, and then it was just an old school drag race. The Harley power to the ground, and Drew Jankert going to hold on to the number 1 spot out on track. How about it? We take a look here. Alpine Stars top 10. Drew Jankert, Seth Dahmer, and Chris Muck. 1, 2, and 3 with Teddy Holman, Chase French, David Lancaster, Vincent Wilson, Carl Wilhelm, and Douglas Durra. Rounding out your top 10 here for race number 2, the Middleweight Superbike air-cooled twins and DP Brakes liquid-cooled twins class. Well, we're going to get ready for a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more podium celebrations with our very own Rob Bidas. We'll be back with more drag specialties, Battle of the Baggers, presented by Memphis Shades.
Performance isn't a trend, it's a lifestyle. At Tucker Speed, we live and breathe Harley-Davidson performance. From performance parts and accessories to riding gear and apparel, we carry everything you need to build a faster, harder running machine. But we don't just sell parts. We build, we ride, and we race with the parts we sell. Because real performance only comes from real experience. From complete engine builds to suspension upgrades to in-house dyno tuning and custom performance setups, our team is dedicated to pushing Harley-Davidson performance to the limit. Street or track, weekend rider or full race build, Tucker Speed has the parts, knowledge, and experience to take your bike to the next level. Visit TuckerSpeed.com or bring your bike to the experts at Tucker Speed.
Make your mark with Memphis Shades, proud sponsor of the 2025 Bagger Racing League. From raw materials to the open road, our windshields and fairings are designed by riders and handcrafted in the heart of Tennessee. Whether it's cross-country or weekend rides, Memphis Shades lets you ride longer, look better, and enjoy every mile. Visit memphisshades.com to check out our full lineup and upgrade your ride today. Memphis Shades, style that works.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Alloy Arts, Motion Pro, and Bridgestone. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Nebraska. And we are living the good life here at the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. Race number 2 getting wrapped up, and we've got our very own Rob Bidas standing down with our podium finishers.
Well, we're down here on the podium, obviously, and the first race of the day was the Super Street, but then we moved to Harley-Davidson's secret weapon, the Pan America. These guys out there put on quite a clinic. They were battling with the sport bikes. They were showcasing what American V-twin with liquid cooling and advanced suspension is all about. And Vincent Wilson, have the race you wanted, but you put yourself in a position for the championship. Anytime you're on the podium, it's a good day.
I mean, listen, it could always be worse. The team's working really hard this weekend to try and get this bike working 100%, and we're just running this problem where it hits a limp mode. We're not really sure what's going on, but, we can only work with what we got, and at the end of the day, as long as I'm not leaking any fluid, I was just thinking about some championship points and staying out of the leader's way and just trying to live and fight another day, I guess.
I'll tell you what, finishing third is a great opportunity. Third place trophy for you. Real quick, anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, I want to thank everyone at Alloy Art, Rob and Justin and Phil back home, and I want to say thank you to Chance and his wife Jen for, sponsoring this bike and bringing their stacker out, and I'd like to thank Bridgestone Tires and FDR and all of our team sponsors as well, thank you very much.
Well, congratulations, third place, everybody, for Mr. Vincent Wilson. We slide over here to the defending champion. He goes, earlier today, I want my 15 minutes of fame. Well, you got more than 15 minutes out there. You were battling, you were cutting and thrusting and making your way through the pack. Mr. Lancaster, how'd your day go?
Pretty awesome, dude. I'm stoked to be sitting up here again. I'm glad we're kind of keeping Canada down. I want to make sure that championship stays in America. Whether it's me or Drew, I want that thing to stay in America.
That's right. 250 years we've been here, and we got another 1,200 to go.
Right, so we're going to fight for America this season.
Anybody you want to give a shout-out to, sir?
I do. I got a list. I got to thank my family for giving me a chance to come out here and not bust my balls too bad about it. DP Brakes for the help they've given the team and for sponsoring our class. Anthony's Leatherworks, Dunlop, Dale and Cowboy from Racer Judges for Performance for some training they gave me this year. Heathen Nation, Lucifer's Garage, and Rider Gear.
Congratulations, great way. Paula, second place over here as we present the award to you. And as we slide over to the number 1 plate, Drew Jankard, normally we're talking about battle out there, me and this guy. You and the TV coverage in the same frame, like not the same shot, the same frame.
Yeah, that was a really fun race. I had a lot of fun. We were grid behind the middleweight superbike guys, and the Pan America just pulls off the line. These things are torque monsters. So getting the whole shot was kind of critical, but I don't think we were there right off the start. But working our way through, and it was a fun battle. Seth Dahmer was riding his tail off. He's a really good rider, an up-and-coming star. So fun to share the track with that guy, and we had a lot of fun. He's obviously playing to his strengths at quarter speed and riding really well. I'm trying to play the strengths of the Pan America and using the more torque and horsepower. So it's a little bit of a yo-yo effect, but it makes for good TV, I'm sure.
Well, it was certainly great TV. Paula, you have the number 1 plate over here as we hand it off. Drew Jankard, folks, how about a nice round of applause for the DP Brakes Liquid Twins class. Here's our top 3 on the podium. Gentlemen, please step up to the top step. And I'll have to send it back to the studio as we get ready to re-rack the podium.
All right. Thank you very much, Rob. And once again, congratulations to our podium finishers as we get ready to highlight another one of the incredible sponsors that help make things possible here at Bagger Racing League. We want to give a big shout out to our friends over at Bridgestone Tires, and we were able to catch up with them a little earlier this weekend.
Obviously, when you're looking at a race bike, so many people think, well, it's got to be the motor. It's got to be the motor. Let me tell you something, my friends. It is the tires. And Bridgestone has been with the BRL in lockstep every step of the way. They come out to support the development. But this year, Jim, you guys have really gone above and beyond to help out our racing community.
Yeah, no, I mean, we couldn't be happier to be here, man. Every year this keeps getting better and better. The bikes keep getting better and better. And, I mean, this is great for us. I mean, we get to see how our tires perform on these bikes. And as they get better, we learn more. And our tires are holding up great. I mean, we're the best.
We've talked to a lot of the different companies about it. You could put yourself in a test environment or maybe go to the proving grounds, but the racetrack, that is the ultimate test. When you have humans that are going to push these things literally to the limits, to the edge of the tire, if you will, keep it there, bring heat into the carcass that's never been seen before. When you guys go back and you talk to the engineers, you're talking from firsthand experience.
Yeah, I mean, this is our mobile laboratory. I mean, that's how we describe it, right? So, like you said, you can test all you want to, but until you get these riders push them in all the different conditions, whether it's, the rain we had this morning or can be hot out there on the track right now, I mean, the tires see forces that you really can't replicate at all. And that goes directly back. I mean, even our team here in the U.S. and for Canada, we take all this data and it goes right back to Japan. So when you go ride on the street, the technology that you're riding on the street, on your street bike, whatever, it's all coming from the racetrack, and that's either from this side of the house or even on the motocross side of the house as well too.
Bridgestone, born at the racetrack in motorcycle dealers around the world. Join us and help get these guys on Bridgestone all of the support that we can offer here from the BRL.
Man, great stuff there from our friends over at Bridgestone, and so grateful to have them back with us here in 2026 as we get ready to send things back down to Rob Bidas standing by at the podium.
Well, we're down here on the podium, and Teddy Honen's over here with a third-place finish. Great ride. Now, we were talking earlier this weekend. You're like, I'm in this class, in this class. Is there something you're not racing this weekend?
A bagger.
Yeah.
I wish I was.
Well, we wish you were as well. Great ride out there. I know that somebody in your position has to have some people that helped you get here.
Oh, absolutely. Motorcycle Supply, first and foremost. My family first and foremost. Bill basically is family, at Motorcycle Supply. Leroy Enterprises, Scott, thank you. And especially to Bridgestone for all your help. Rory and Jim, you guys are great. Thank you.
Obviously, it's a great opportunity. Paula has your third-place trophy right here. How about a nice round of applause for Mr. Teddy Honen? Chris Muck, step up here, my friend. The Aprilia. Now, that's obviously a very seasoned name in the world of road racing, and this thing certainly delivered today.
It did. We had a good day today so far, no issues. Had a decent start, but got kind of swallowed up in a couple of laps and just started to play the field to secure second, not to get too spicy and lose it. So we had a good race. It was fun to be out there and back on track.
I tell you what, great-looking bike over here. I know that the Motorcycle Supply guys always have something special. What do you give a shout-out to?
Oh, you got to give it to Bill Kaiser, the owner of Motorcycle Supply. He's our biggest supporter for our group. And everyone at home watching of Leroy Enterprises, they're our main core group that we go racing with. And for everyone watching at home, thanks for being there.
We certainly appreciate your hard effort. Second place here from Paula Fox. How about a nice round of applause, if you would, for Chris Muck. Amazing day for you. Amazing day. Seth Dahmer, he and I have had an opportunity to hang out a little bit. We met in Las Vegas last year, and he said, you know what, I had a good time, and I'm going to come out there. I'm bringing a bagger. I'm bringing a sport bike. You got it all.
Yeah, I'm having a ton of fun out here. I like this track.
You know, and it's kind of funny. A lot of people, we were talking, we're heading to Nebraska. Like, really? And then they get here, and they go, this place is pretty top shelf.
Yeah, it's a good track, and it's quite a bit of fun. And it's fun to battle with the Pan Americas and the big bikes.
I know that something like that has to be pretty unique. You see the adventure bike, and it was actually Alloy Art that took the very first Pan America and set it up for one of the BRL events. It's when we were in Sonoma. That's long ago. But they continue to develop the bike. That thing's formidable, isn't it?
Yeah, it rides pretty good. I was pretty impressed with it. And it's funny to get driven around straight away.
Well, you know, one of the interesting things, and a lot of people think, that's probably a big inline four. This is a twin-cylinder 800cc bike.
Yeah, this thing was built by Hoban Brothers, and it really works pretty good. It's twin-cylinder 800 and makes like 90 horsepower, but it really works and keeps up with the fast bikes here.
Well, certainly light, certainly nimble, and has a great pilot. He picks up his first place in this division. Folks, how about a nice round of applause for the top three in middleweight superbike?
Well, a huge congratulations to our podium finishers as they get ready to take a little flick there. You got to get it for Instagram, right? As we get ready to check in with, if you've been around Bagger Racing League, you've heard, whether it be in the booth or we talk about them on track, our friend Tony Tucker and their entire effort there at Tucker Speed Shop. Well, we've got an awesome opportunity to catch up with the other side, some would even maybe say the better side, of the Tucker family. I'm talking about Tony's wife, Tori Tucker. We want to talk to her a little bit deeper about what she does as far as the racing effort goes for Tucker Speed.
So many great race teams. They rely on so many people that are behind the scenes. But this lady right here, Tori Tucker, not only is she behind the scenes, she's front and center. The support that she gives the entire team is unbelievable. Here we are, 2026. We're back.
We are back. Yeah, excited to be here.
You guys added to the team. You added to the rig. You guys got more responsibilities. Tell us what's going on over at the Tucker Speed Shop.
So, yeah, added a second bike. We've got Seth Dahmer piloting that. Adds a little bit, a whole nother level of stress, having a separate outside rider. Obviously have some more support staff to be able to do that. And then also we represent Pirelli out here. So out here changing tires and slinging Pirelli tires on the side.
Here's the crazy thing. These guys run a shop in Ogden, Utah that not only is one of the premier shops, they're building amazing bikes. They've helped us with our builds where they've been able to come out on the top step in that. But you guys just put on a pretty amazing show a week ago before you came here.
We did, yeah. We just finished up the 2026 2-Bit Moto Show. We have vendors come out, tattoo artists. Simpson donates helmets that we auction off. Raised $22,000 for a local charity youth group in our area, so we're pretty excited about that. But just wrapped that up on Saturday, turn around, loaded up the race rig, hit the road on Wednesday, and here we are.
Charity and racing. I'm telling you, the folks at Tucker Speed in Ogden, Utah, they deserve a follow. And make sure you're ever out in the area, stop by and say hello.
Well, always great to catch up with our friends over at Tucker Speed, whether it's Tony, Tori, or the entire crew over there. But talk about a top-notch crew right now. We get ready to send things back down to Rob Bida standing by at the podium.
Well, folks, we're back on the podium for the third class in that second race, and it was quite a interesting thing. Carl Wilhelm, you come from Ohio. I come from Ohio. I had no idea you were coming here. I see you guys pulling with the Ohio plates. You go through the John Kaczynski Academy. You go through your race license school, and then you end up on the podium first race out. Great ride.
Thank you. We're dealing with some things. We laid the bike down in practice in turn one, but we're out here. We're glad to be here. I owe a lot to Matt Denowner. Sorry if I got your name wrong, man. Watching him show up on that Indian last year made me want to come out, so here we are.
Well, it's great to have you out here. You told me you bought this brand new Fast Johnny, brand new. I don't think you intended to make it a race bike right away, but you did that.
No, yeah, bought it brand new in 2023. Definitely didn't plan on it being a race bike, but it is one now.
It certainly is a race bike and has a talented pilot. Paula, how about giving this young man his second place award right here? How about a nice round of applause, if you would, folks? For my man, let me get my notes out here. I don't want to mess up his last name. Carl Wilhelm. Chase Friends, you're not new to the BRL. You've been around a little bit.
Yeah, I did Vegas last year with the help of Jake McGuire. He's been great inspiration in helping us, get on the track, and done a lot of track days over the last year with his guidance.
Now, you're one of the guys doing double duty this weekend.
I am, yeah. I'm in the Pro Stock class also. This is the first time I've ever rode a bagger on the track at all, much less the one I built, so it'll be completely different than the speed of this one. But this was super fun.
When you talk about super fun for the folks at home, if they get out there, do some track days, they could come out here, and we have a couple classes that just about anybody can get in.
Yeah, so this is the air-cooled, right? And then you can do the Air Twins Unlimited, correct, in this also? Yeah, I'm definitely new to this, so I don't know all the classes, but yeah, just out here having fun.
Well, would you like to give a shout-out to some sponsors that helped you get here?
Yeah, so definitely Jake and Matthew Maldonado. They're over there helping us, as well as my wife is helping us. We don't have a huge team. It's just us. This is still a street bike, as you can see, with the headlight and everything like that. But Lindahl, GP Suspension, Moonshine Harley built the engine. They built a Screamer. This thing, it runs. It's awesome. So it does all the work instead of me, so shout out to them.
Well, congratulations. Step up on that top step right there. Join them over there in a second. Paula has your first place trophy for you. Folks, one more time, a nice round of applause. Air-cooled Twins.
All right. Once again, a huge congratulations to our podium finishers there for race number 2. We'll get ready for a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more Bagger Racing League action here for round 1 of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades.
We're Advan Black, industry leader in color-matched performance bagger parts.
For over a decade, we've been building premium parts and accessories for baggers. Designed for riders who demand more from every mile. Advan Black. You choose the destination, we handle the rest.
Drive anywhere on the Dueler AT Ascent tire. With rugged sawtooth edges designed for on- and off-road adaptability. Bridgestone innovation in all terrain.
From the sun-drenched coasts of California to the stormy plains of the Midwest and the misty peaks of the Appalachians, this beautiful nation gives us all kinds of weather, but nothing the American Elite 2 can't handle. When the skies open up, confidence comes alive. This is a true long-haul tire, engineered precisely for unpredictable elements along the way, providing exceptional grip and stability when it matters most. American Elite 2, built for the ride.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Yuasa Battery. DP brakes, and Icon. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the opening round of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. We've got 2 races already in the books, getting things warmed up for our 3rd race of the day. But before we get to that, out of our air-cooled twins class, we heard a little bit about Carl Wilhelm. We want to dive a little deeper and get to know Carl just a bit better here in the 2026 season.
Hey, not every bike in the BRL is a bagger. We have the Fast Johnny Softail ST here. The air-cooled twins class, very competitive. Not only that, I want you to introduce yourself to the BRL race world. Tell us where you're from and a bit about this race bike.
Right on. My name is Carl Wilhelm from Columbus, Ohio. A little bit about the bike. Bought this brand new in 23. One of 2,000 Fast Johnny Lowrider STs. Rode it for about 6 months, thought this thing needs to be on the track. So we spent the last 2 years building this bike up, getting it ready, running number 22 for the Save 22 veteran today. We're all Marines on this race team. So we're out here representing, Marines, military, out here doing our thing.
If somebody was going to take a Softail ST, obviously they come with upside-down forks. They come with the fairing. Obviously, you have the bags on. You don't have to run it in the air-cooled twins. What are some of the big changes that a guy or girl could do to their street bike to get it ready to go to the track?
I can tell you a lot of wrong ways to do it. A lot of very expensive wrong ways. Those are actually OEM forks for a different type of Harley-Davidson. Raise it up 2 inches. Rear shock, you can put a block on it. You could probably get into this for not too much. Get the bike up off the ground, get it to be able to stop.
You heard it here first. Get it up in the air. Make sure you get that thing wound down at the end of the fast straightaways. Put that good riding school technique that you use, and you'll be at the BRL track before you know it.
Hey, I love it. Keep it simple. Get it up and get it to stop. That's the Marine way, right? Don't overcomplicate it. Just get it done. Always cool to catch up with our riders. And like we've talked about, year number 6 of the Bagger Racing League. And with every passing year, we get more and more familiar with all of our past riders. And then, of course, meeting new and incredible other athletes from around the world that come get their excitement built up. They've heard about it. They want to learn more about it, and they want to be a part of it. And so awesome to have so many incredible people here. Look at this, Motorsports Park Hastings is popping off right now. Great local motorcycling community here on site to watch as well. Round number 1 of the 2026 season. Like we said, we'll be back here tomorrow for round 2, a doubleheader opening weekend. But for right now, it is race number 3 out on the course, getting ready for their warm-up lap, our Unlimited Superbike and Next Gen Superbike race number 3. And a lot of those machines you see sitting out in the parking lot, a couple of quick adjustments, couple of parts ordered, and you could be right here on track. So when you hear us talking about how easy the barrier of entry is for the Bagger Racing League, we're not making it up. It really doesn't take too much for you to be able to find a class that your bike is open in, that you can sign up in. And then as far as the adjustments go, best bet is to talk to our friends here at Bagger Racing League, whether you're here on site at the race or whether you just go to our website or social media, ask some questions, get to know our sponsors as well. Of course, anybody that we're working with is helping to make this kind of racing possible. So very appreciative to all of them for that. But yes, even you could go Bagger Racing here before you know it with a couple of quick adjustments. But right now, out on track is race number 3, Unlimited Superbike and Next Gen Superbike. And this isn't just a one-and-done type racing event as well. You can race multiple classes. Looks like Drew Jankert back out here in this one as well. As we take a look at our starting lineup here, looks like Teddy Holman actually in that number 1 position with Brian Haig in that number 2 ride. Drew Jankert now slots up to the far side of row number 1. Rob Oliva on the inside of row 2 in that 4th place spot. Travis Wers and John Duzer, your top 6. Alexander Wirtz, Matt Denoyer, and Ron Mears in that 3rd row. And then skip a row back to them to our other class. It's going to be Jim Milroy Jr. on the 61 ride, the top qualifier in that. Craig Bailey, Bill Kasler, and looks like Rodney Mink rounding out your field and on the inside of row number 6. So going to get everybody into position there. You see that starting lineup, the number 6 up on the inside, Jankert on the outside there on that number 11 ride. Fresh off of a pretty solid race for him as well. Maybe that'll help him out in this one as well. There you see Kaiser there on the outside. And how about it, that alloy art back machine, the number 11. We've already seen what it's capable of here today. As those final few machines slot into position. And right here, see the Motorcycle Supply backed ride of Bill Kaiser. That is the owner of Motorcycle Supply, who is a huge supporter here of Bagger Racing League. And what better way to show your support than to be out there right in the mix. As the green flag flies, we are off and rolling here for Race 3 Unlimited Superbike and Next Gen Superbike. Wasting no time is the number 11 of Drew Jankard, out front to an early race lead. Couldn't quite tell who that was sliding into the number 2 spot. Saw a lot of movement there in turns 2 and 3. We've seen so many passes there throughout the day already, as second, third, and fourth really get bunched up. They are going at it. Jankard wants no part of it. He's trying to run away early. And once again, the Pan American grabbing that whole shot, puts the power down and says, you guys can fight all over second place. As is that potentially the 96 of Wurz in that number 2 spot. Meanwhile, look at this number 3 ride, or your third place ride, I should say. Couldn't quite grab the number on it. It's now starting to creep forward. We'll get a look across the stripe here in just a moment as a pass already made. 2 spots given over for the 96 of Wurz. So not what he was hoping to do right there. Just about 4 corners left here in this opening lap. We'll give you a rundown. Honan, Haig, Jankard, Oliva, Wurz, and Duser were all up front early. Meanwhile, here we go. Look at that. Front end up for the 79. Haig in that number 2 spot. So the 79 ride slots right back into the number 2 spot, and I believe second in class as well. They were 2 and 3 on the grid. There's Jankard, Haig, Holden, Wurz, and Oliva, your top 5 on lap number 1. So sweet sounds of Superbikes out on track. Always a ton of fun to watch these. A lot of variants and setup, everything from color and design to the machines themselves. But one thing about it, they all certainly know how to go fast. Man, you can tell Jankard flexing the American muscle here for Memorial Day weekend is really looking very calm right now, I guess is what I'm trying to say. You can see it almost seems like he knows exactly where he wants to put that number 11 machine. You see him very intentional with his body movements. It just seems like that earlier race he got so dialed in that battle that now he knows exactly how hard he needs to push, but he is certainly not running away. Haig's still right there in that number 2 spot. So the 79 starting to give pushes. Look at that. Once again, the front wheel picks up. Brian in that number 2 ride, no question about it. Locked in and trying to creep up on Drew Jankard. Yep, meanwhile, Rob Oliva, one of the national sales managers there for Parts Unlimited, fighting inside the top 5. So Oliva showing he knows how to get it done on course. In the mix of battle right now, Teddy Holden in that 3 spot. Travis Wurz in the 4th place position. Oh, look at this. Left the door open, but was able to slam it shut just in time. I believe that is Wurz, and then Oliva you're seeing on the attack. Great shot here from the Memphis Shades live drone as we pick back up on the front of the field. Drew Jankard once again finds himself with a busy rear view mirror. This time it is Brian Hagee on the 79. And really solid on that last half a lap or so, was able to open things back up by about a bike length. Every little bit of breathing room helps. We saw this in our last race, things coming down to that final lap or so. Meanwhile, look at this four-rider freight train putting another lap in the books as well. Oh, one rider straight off course. What happened there? Great save, and going to end up laying it down. So certainly nowhere near as bad as it could have been, but got to wonder what happened there. Is looks like potentially an arm or a shoulder. And it looks like that airbag deployed. So one rider looks to be out of this. We'll get that updated time and scoring. Meanwhile, Hagee has overtaken the lead. So there it was, a pass for the lead. Janker finds himself now in the number 2 ride. Let's see what the 11 can do. Can he push back forward? So 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, and 6 kind of in their own separate breakaways here. As there is the 79 now in that number 1 spot. Lifts that front wheel up, I mean, just a couple of inches, throttle wide open the whole time. Got to be approaching just about halfway through this third race of the day, Unlimited Superbike and Next Generation Superbike. Brian Haig still out front, Jankard, Honan, Oliver now in the 4th spot, Craig Bailey going to round out your top 5. As getting where we are now at that halfway point here for race 3, so time to put in a final effort, final push forward. Looking at, I believe that's 4, 5, and 6 we're watching go at it. Oliver and Bailey, and look at this, red flag coming out. Red flag out, so this race immediately coming to a halt. Not hearing whether or not something else has happened. We had that one off-track incident, but still waiting to hear from race control exactly what happened. Obviously, our race officials doing a great job. And you can see a frustrated rider right there. Wasn't sure what that was, but our officials doing a great job of paying attention and making a call with safety first. Just look at this, the 96, the Travis Wurz. Was that who was down earlier? I believe it was. And it looked like he just lost the front brake or so going down that straightaway. It wasn't a huge crash, at least from the view that we had, but obviously the MPH team doing a great job of making sure safety is the top priority. And waiting for some more information here from race control. We'll see exactly how we're going to be proceeding forward with this. Obviously, safety top priority, no question about it. We'll see if we can give you guys another look at exactly what happened for the 96. Travis Wurz, you see, doesn't even attempt to turn, just keeps going forward. And honestly, I mean, as far as things going wrong, this was a best case scenario. And you can see right about here, starts to lean and kind of just seems like tips it over, whether he couldn't get the machine to slow down or what, but ultimately able to kind of just lay that machine down, hopefully okay. We saw what looked to have been the airbag deploy inside the leathers, so we'll see. Maybe there was more than met the eye going on there, but once again, the MPH crew doing a great job of safety, or rider safety being top priority, throwing that red flag out and bringing that race to a stop. So, going to just continue to wait and hold here as we'll wait for race control to give us a bit more of an update. Once again, there you see the 96 of Travis Wurz, that red line rapid replay. Very heads up riding, noticed something was wrong, and then ultimately just exited straight off of the track, ultimately laying that machine down. You can see medical staff on site there to make sure riders tended to if needed. Well, while we get things figured out here, we are going to grab a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have more Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades right here on Racer TV.
Here's to the past wheelwrights, our forefathers. Like them, our lives are fixed on improving the oldest of technologies over and over. It is this cycle of a wheelwright's life that indeed helped make America and the world go round and boldly go forward. But our world is that of motorcycles. Since 1999, we've taken the wheelwright's heritage, craftsmanship, dedication, and pride in here with us, so our brothers and sisters can ride right. We set out to roll out improvements. We invented the Fat 50 for a stronger, beefier wheel that works better on the heavyweight cruisers. We invented our MHEs, modular hub ends, to add speed in wheel making so bikers can get their order faster than anybody. A new flexibility in customizing was born as we did this. With these swappable hubs, one's wheel became more interchangeable with other motorcycles. The three-wheel riders on trikes, Can-Ams or T-Rexes, for example, found the company that can match highly stylish motorcycle wheels with automotive ones. Demand increased. We grew. Refinements passionately made. Orders went out. Tests were aced. This has been our circle of life at Ride Right. We wheelwrights know little else. We're simple. Simple wheel company based in California. We're solid, stably rolling steadily as growing industry leaders with a reputation for making motorcycle wheels and warranty strong. Solidity to rest bikes and lives upon. Boundless expresses our wheel compatibility. It is how we feel as we move onward and upward. It's how Ride Right owners feel as they roll on in freedom and confidence. It is the day of the specialist, experts in a class conscious of every nuance. Focus rules. Our specialty is wheels, and wheels only. We respectfully carry the wheelwright legacy into our eccentric world by improving the rides of motorcycles and riders globally. We are proud wheelwrights, nothing more. We are Ride Right. Simple, solid, boundless.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Advent Black, Redline Oil, and Gunline. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to opening weekend here for the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers here from beautiful Hastings, Nebraska, Motorsports Park Hastings, the location to kick off the 2026 season. Now, if you're just joining us, we had race number 3 on the course, which is our Unlimited and Next Generation Superbike classes. We had a rider that looks like early exited the track, going off course, possibly having some mechanical issues, ultimately laying that machine down and bringing out the red flag. Now, talking with race control, just under 50% of the race was complete. So what they're going to do is bring those riders back out. They're going to get them back onto the grid in the order they were running in when the red flag came out, and then they will run the remainder of their race. Now, had that race been over 80% complete, then the red flag would have brought essentially the race to an early end. But because not 80%, less than 80%, roughly 50% or so of that race was completed at the time, then they will line back up on the grid and ultimately restart the race from that point when the red flag came out. There you see on our Redline Oil's rapid replay, that was the event that brought out that red flag. Travis Wurz on the 96 ride, hopefully okay. Have not gotten word as far as the status of the rider, but as we talked about prior to commercial here at MPH, rider safety the top priority. If they think something's wrong, if they're not sure, no matter what, they're going to do what's safest for the rider, bringing that red flag out. So going to get our riders back out onto the course, going to get them lined back up on the grid, and we will resume this race in the order that they were at the time the red flag came out. So going to run the remainder of this race coming up here for race number 3. We talked about having some of our very own vendors and supporters there out on course. Let's talk about our friend talk about our friend Bill Kazar with Motorcycle Supply here in 2026.
Now, let me ask you one. We're in the mighty Midwest, and the name Motorcycle Supply resonates through this entire race paddock. Now, let me ask you one thing over here, Mr. Bill Kazar. How in the world do you have so much influence over this entire paddock? Is it your race shop? Is it your race craft? Or is it the fact that you're just passionate about this whole sport of motorcycling?
Of those 3, I'd probably take option 3. C would be the answer. We've been coming here a long time. This track opened, I believe, in 07. We've been coming here since February of 07 and just having a lot of fun. My shop's about riding motorcycles and having fun. Even though we're a couple hundred miles away, we come up here pretty regularly.
You know, you talk about the shops in this day and age, and obviously I think there's a lot of motorcycle shops that understand there's some challenges and things, but when the owner is at the track, when the owner is talking to the customers about bike setup and race setup from firsthand experience, that lends a lot to the credibility of the store, don't you agree?
It does, of course it does. We live in a digital world, so there's a lot of influencers and whatnot online that carry some weight with people. But no, the face-to-face, what I like to call analog information, I think works pretty good.
Well, we want to wish you best of luck this week, and I know when you come out to compete, you come out at a high level to compete. Is there any sponsors that you want to give a shout-out to?
Oh, just the fun gang that's at the shop, Motorcycle Supply, of course, and then Bridgestone comes out here all the time, and then honestly BRL and Parts Limited and Drag Specialties. I said it last year, and I don't want to be like a broken record, but their tagline, "We support the sport," I really agree with, and I like the fact that they come out and they do this. You guys put on a show, you travel the country, you guys support something that I love, and so I try to support you back.
Well, hey, folks, if you stick around on Saturday night here, he's bringing us fireworks, 250 years of Americana, and this guy is lighting the candle. Thank you so much, Bill.
Always a pleasure, Rob. Always a pleasure, bud.
All right, keeps hitting me in my fat belly over here, so that's what he's doing.
All right, great stuff over there with Rob and Bill Kazar from Motorcycle Supply. Well, guys, we're going to grab another quick commercial break. We've got riders making their way towards the track. We're going to give them a warm-up lap, and we will resume our Unlimited Superbike and Next Generation Superbike when we come back here live on Racer TV.
Performance isn't a trend, it's a lifestyle. At Tucker Speed, we live and breathe Harley-Davidson performance. From performance parts and accessories to riding gear and apparel, we carry everything you need to build a faster, harder running machine. But we don't just sell parts. We build, we ride, and we race with the parts we sell. Because real performance only comes from real experience. From complete engine builds to suspension upgrades to in-house dyno tuning and custom performance setups, our team is dedicated to pushing Harley-Davidson performance to the limit. Street or track, weekend rider or full race build, Tucker Speed has the parts, knowledge, and experience to take your bike to the next level. Visit tuckerspeed.com or bring your bike to the experts at Tucker Speed.
Make your mark with Memphis Shades, proud sponsor of the 2025 Bagger Racing League. From raw materials to the open road, our windshields and fairings are designed by riders and handcrafted in the heart of Tennessee. Whether it's cross-country or weekend rides, Memphis Shades lets you ride longer, look better, and enjoy every mile. Visit memphisshades.com to check out our full lineup and upgrade your ride today. Memphis Shades, style that works.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Advent Black, Redline Oils, and Gunline. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to round one of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. Race number 3 underway, our Unlimited Superbike and Next Generation Superbike. Now, if you're just joining us, we did have a red flag come out due to a rider going down that temporarily brought the race to an end, but because it was less than 80% of the total duration of the race, we're bringing those riders back out. That's what you're seeing on our Memphis Shades live drone right now, and we are getting ready to send them out for essentially another warm-up lap, going to grab some heat in the tires. They will line up in the order that they were in at the time of the red flag. So this will pick up essentially just like it was when the red flag came out, and they will race the duration or the remaining duration of that race. So going to pick up just like they were, get everybody back in position. Now, as far as the riders themselves go, we see Rob Oliver right there on the 145. We see the number 6 just beside him, Drew Jankard on the 11 right next to them as well. As far as the racers themselves go, you can look at this in a multitude of ways. First of all, hoping for the best for the 96 Travis Worth, the rider that went down. But for the rest of the riders, this is an opportunity. If you can use this to your advantage, potentially you had a gap getting built up that you weren't able to break. Now that gap is gone. You're going to line up right behind that rider. So this could be an opportunity for some positions to swap around. As here we go. We saw the cue there from race control. Our riders headed back out onto the course. here for their warm-up lap. Once again, this is a warm-up lap. They do not immediately get into racing, so they will do a one lap around this Motorsports Park Hastings course. Of course, if you're watching and you're local, or even if you're not so local, then we highly suggest you try to learn more about Motorsports Park Hastings. They've got some track days coming up, and you see just exiting your screen there on the left side, those kind of zigzags back and forth. We have Adventure Cross racing coming up here tonight as well. Another awesome feature that we have here at the Bagger Racing League. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe our own OPAG, Adam Gordon, going to participate in this one. Okay. Yep, sounds like a little bit. Is Don Hampton racing? That's the question. Don is not racing. Okay, so for the fans at home, our producer Adam Gordon and our director Don Hampton both raced this event last year. Don Hampton ultimately stealing away the final podium spot from our producer. It was a tense couple of rounds in the producer trailer there, but I think they've moved past it. Don not electing to race here in 2026, which means a lot of opportunity on the line for OPAG. I saw the headlight a week or two ago. Hearing rumors from OPAG, maybe some fear on Don Hampton's part. I don't know. Sounds like OPAG. Oh, okay, all right. Now I'm being told it's a medical exemption. So a lot of potentials being thrown around. But there's a lot of excitement headed into Adventure Cross here tonight. I'll put it like that, folks. And yet again, another reason why, if you can, go to BaggerRacingLeague.com, go to our social media channels, and check out the upcoming schedule for the rest of 2026. Make a trip out and go experience one of these in person. As you've seen, not just on course, but in the pits as well. This is an event as much as it is a race. We've got so many great fenders, so many great people there. They always do such a great time of making it fun to be at as much as a great race as well. So go check them out in person, make the most of the night, and of course, stick around for that Adventure Cross as well. For those of you on Racer TV that can't make it in person, I will let you know exactly what happens the next time we go live here on Racer TV for BRL. Fireworks coming up tonight as well for Memorial Day weekend, but fireworks coming up here to close out race number 3 in just a matter of seconds. Green flag getting ready to come back out for Unlimited Superbike and Next Generation Superbike back off and rolling. So race number 3, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it was 79 of Haig out front, Jankard in that number 2 spot, and Jankard trying to make the most of this restart as he once again rockets himself out to the number 1 ride. Now, I talked about it a moment ago. This could be a big opportunity as I literally eat my words as I'm saying them. Brian Haig absolutely motoring past Drew Jankard right there. What a drive from the 79. That was incredible. So once again, we find Brian Haig back out front, Jankard in that number 2 spot. Holman, Milroy, and Bailey should be the rest of the top 5. But man, you can just see the confidence there from the 79 working his way into the number 1 spot. This will be a quick 4-lap race, folks. Don't forget, this is only what was remaining from race 3 when that red flag came out. So it is time to get after it. No time for rest here in this one, a quick sprint. And you can see that sense of urgency from the 79. Meanwhile, now Jankard on the number 11 starting to come under fire from Teddy Holman, who was your fastest qualifier. So starting to see some life now from the number 6. We know he's able to put a burner pace up there, but is he able to go the distance here in this race? Still trying to funnel up the inside, ultimately cuts to the outside of Jankard. Now going to try to set something up here in the final corner. Has to slam on the brakes, almost runs in to the back of the 11, which brings the 61 into frame now as well. Jim Milroy Jr., who should be leading, I believe, your next gen class. So heavy hitters all bunched together here up front in this one. And during the downtime, they were able to adjust the machines as they see fit. They could add fuel to it. Got to wonder whether or not maybe some adjustments being made by these guys up front, bringing a little more fight to these final few. Not to mention just the intensity side of it as well. It's a whole different story, kind of tapering off in the middle and then coming back for a late race charge. Meanwhile, this is pretty much a green to checkered sprint here at the front of the field, and Jankard is under heavy pressure. He's trying to stay focused on the 79 Haig up in front of him, but how about it? He has got Teddy Honan peeking left, peeking right. These switchbacks, not quite as able to maneuver the Pan American around. Don't get me wrong, it's got horsepowers for days. It looks good, it sounds good, but it is American muscle, and that stuff is sometimes hard to throw around. Meanwhile, Teddy Honan, nimble, slicing and dicing on the number 6 ride. You can see able to peek just up the inside a bit more. Is he going to be able to run the tighter line? Let's see what he does headed into this final 180. He was running way up the inside earlier, does it once again. Still not quite close enough, it looks like. Oh, Honan now going to peek back outside as they head down the front stretch. All this could be working in favor of Haig at the front. Janker's got his hands full playing defense, can't try to mount a charge forward. As the Memphis Shades live drone once again picks up your top 3 all in the same camera shot. 4, 5, and there is 6 in the mix now as well, as it looks like the 61 of Milroy has made a pass. Rob Oliva now in the 5th place position. So it's Haig, Jankert, Honan, Milroy Jr., and Oliva, your top 5, with the number 6 spot just back there as well. Oh, so crucial here. It's that mix of risk versus reward. Do you leave the door open to be able to sweep the corners? Meanwhile, look at this white flag going to be coming out the next time around. Your top 3 going at it, as now they have brought the fight back up to Brian Haig. Look at this, a take back. How about it? Jankert takes the lead back. Meanwhile, Honan now trying to steal second away as well. You can see Haig go from first all the way back to third in one corner. What a charge from the number 11, balancing offense and defense. Meanwhile, it looks like Haig might be feeling something here. The effects a little bit. He once again almost gets run into by Teddy Honan. So white flag coming out. Meanwhile, oh man, just so impressive right there. Haig able to use the power to his advantage. Jankert, though, has to know, just stay as close as he can. That second half of the lap is where the 11 has been able to shine. Great drive out of turns 1 and 2. You see the 79. Every ounce of power he can get out of that machine. Wants to try to make it work. Honan trying to hang on to these top 2 as well. Anything could happen in the final few corners. You see the gaps almost perfectly split from first to second, and second back to third. Here we go. About half a lap or so left. Drew Jankert, Brian Haig, and Teddy Honan all in the same class, all in the same camera shot. And right now, Haig has remounted a charge here on this final lap. 4, 5, and 6 in a mix of their own, as Oliva has now jumped back up into the number 4 ride. Oh, look at this. Haig so calm under pressure right now, trying not to think about the 2 riders he's got right behind him through the final switchbacks. 1 more corner to go. This is a tricky one. Not under any immediate pressure. More of a fight for second place, it looks like now. As look at this, coming to the checker flag, it will be Brian Haig going to grab the win. Looks like Jankert going to hold on for the number 2 spot. Teddy Honan rounds out your podium. Meanwhile, across the line, 4, 5, and 6 right there, wheel to wheel as well. What a way to close things out. Meanwhile, you see Jankert with a hand out. And there it is, the props being given. A great ride from all of our racers. And that was a tough one. Red flag coming out. You got to kind of turn race mode off. Then you got to turn it right back on, get back to business. So a stand-up job from all of those riders here in our Unlimited Superbike and Next Gen Superbike. So we'll let them make their way around, give you a look at that race recap, exactly how things went down here for race 3. Teddy Honan, Brian Haig, Drew Jankert, Rob Oliva up there in the mix. Of course, Travis Wurz was up there before, sadly, going down early in this one. And then Milroy Jr. and Craig Bailey going at it as well for their division. But it broke down like this, your Redline Oils race recap. When things got started, it was once again Drew Jankard getting the number 11 ride off to a solid early start. And then the 76 of Travis Wurz was up in the mix and even up in the lead at one point, if I'm not mistaken, but ultimately having mechanical issues, it seems, as he would exit off the track and ultimately decide to lay that machine down, bringing the red flag out. Now, after a quick regrouping, the green flag would fly once again, and it would be the number 11 picking back up where he left off, as Brian Haig on the number 79, who had just prior to the red flag taken over the number 1 ride, immediately puts himself back into the number 1 spot. And this time Teddy Holman wanted a part of the number 1 ride as well. So your top 3 in qualifying, 1, 2, and 3 on the course, and then the table was set. The back and forth battle began. Haig would make time up on Jankard. Jankard would be battling with Holman. Then the next thing you know, they're right up to the rear wheel of the number 1 spot. As it came down to the final lap, Haig able to put the 79 ride back into the number 1 spot, open a gap up, and ultimately take the win here in race number 3, your Unlimited Superbike and Next Gen Superbike. Let's take a look at that Alpine Stars top 10. And it looks like this. Brian Haig, Drew Jankard, and Teddy Holman, 1, 2, and 3. Jim Milroy Jr. snags that 4th place spot with Rob Oliva, rounding out your top 5. Craig Bailey, Bill Kazler, Alexander Wirtz, Matt Denoyer, and Travis Wurz going to round out your top 10 here in race number 3. All right, folks, we're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, Rob Bidas will be standing by with our podiums here for race number 3. This is round 1 of the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades. We'll be right back.
Performance isn't a trend, it's a lifestyle. At Tucker Speed, we live and breathe Harley-Davidson performance. From performance parts and accessories to riding gear and apparel, we carry everything you need to build a faster, harder running machine. But we don't just sell parts. We build, we ride, and we race with the parts we sell. Because real performance only comes from real experience. From complete engine builds to suspension upgrades to in-house dyno tuning and custom performance setups, our team is dedicated to pushing Harley-Davidson performance to the limit. Street or track, weekend rider or full race build, Tucker Speed has the parts, knowledge, and experience to take your bike to the next level. Visit tuckerspeed.com or bring your bike to the experts at Tucker Speed.
Make your mark with Memphis Shades, proud sponsor of the 2025 Bagger Racing League. From raw materials to the open road, our windshields and fairings are designed by riders and handcrafted in the heart of Tennessee. Whether it's cross-country or weekend rides, Memphis Shades lets you ride longer, look better, and enjoy every mile. Visit memphisshades.com to check out our full lineup and upgrade your ride today. Memphis Shades, style that works.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Andrews Performance, Ultra Cool, and Pirelli. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Hastings, Nebraska, home of the Kool-Aid Man and home of round one for the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. We just wrapped up with our Unlimited Superbike and Next Gen Superbike, and we've got our very own Rob Bidas standing by down at the podium.
Well, thanks a lot, Zach. You're doing a great job back at Race Central. But Teddy Honan, you're doing a great job out here at the track, my friend. We just got notified that we had the Biker Brew House, of all places. 500 people are in the bar right now watching this on 7 big screen TVs. And now the girls want to know what's Teddy Honan's marital status.
Happily married.
Okay, well, they know now. They know. Great ride, my friend.
Thank you. That was an awesome race, racing with Drew and Brian. It's not every day you get a race with your idols, and Drew's been one of my mentors and idols for years. And to be that close to him, that's been awesome.
But what's even better is you're doing a lot of racing this weekend. We are so excited to have you here. Who do you want to give a shout out to?
First and foremost, my family, and obviously Motorcycle Supply, all my friends that are here helping. Wouldn't be possible without you guys, especially Bridgestone. Thank you so much.
Well, certainly a strong thing. Paula, we have a third-place trophy here for Teddy. We slide down the line here. A short time ago, I was going, man, you got to quit picking on the sport bikes. Now you're out there battling with the big blocks.
Yeah, that was a really fun race, and again, like mixing it up with these guys that I know pretty well, it's a good time. And anytime we come out here to Hastings, it's always a great time, and they're very welcoming to us in BRL, and it's good to have sport bikes on the grid as well as Harleys and Indians. So it just shows that we can all get along and have a good race.
That's one of the big things that we obviously have been really trying to think. I get it in the name Bagger Racing League, but we want everybody to come out and just have a good time with us.
Yeah, it's awesome to have sport bikes alongside the Harleys and Indians, and everyone's getting along and having a good race. And clearly this Pan America can mix it up with the ZX-10 and a Ducati Panigale. So anyone can come out and have a good time. And I have to thank all my guys that are helping me out, Alloy Art and Barnett Clutches and Bridgestone Tires and DP Brakes. I mean, everybody's put in a good collective effort to make this thing go. And so I think we put on a good show. We were in the lead for a brief moment right off the start, and then got it back for another brief moment. But it's hard to compete with that big horsepower of the ZX-10.
Well, you certainly did a great job. Paula has an award for you here, second place. And now we move over into the middle. Brian Hagee, since we ever started coming here, you have been a little ray of sunshine out here. You're having a good time. You love having races, and, man, we like seeing you at the track.
You bet. Thanks. Always the best event of the year. It's the one we look forward to, and we love coming to Hastings most.
You're talking about going out there on this Kawasaki here, and obviously you guys put a lot of time and effort into this, but, man, you have some people that help you get here, don't you?
Absolutely. Premier Tree Professionals pays the way, lets me come out here and do this stuff. LM2 Racing has always been the best support. It's a great team effort. You can't do this alone.
Well, I'll tell you what, you certainly didn't do it alone. You had a whole bunch of fans behind you out there. Paula Fox has your first place trophy. Gentlemen, ladies, and children, I would like to give you the podium here from Hastings, MPH. Folks, take that top step and hoist up the hardware.
Well, that is what it's all about. Once again, a huge congratulations to our podium finishers as they got to get the flick, got to show everybody on social what you've been up to. Make sure you guys are following us along at Bagger Racing League as well so you can stay up to date on all things BRL. Now, one of the riders that we talked about throughout the race didn't quite make that podium cutoff was the 145 ride of Rob Oliva, and we were able to catch up with Rob and talk with him a little bit deeper about his journey right here to BRL.
In the BRL, we're constantly focusing on the baggers. But what about the sport bike guys? Rob Oliva, racer by day, national sales manager for Parts Unlimited by, well, all day. You find yourself here at the track. You brought out a bunch of friends, and you guys are ready to do battle.
Absolutely, we're ready to do battle. There's always this thing about, hey, the baggers are this, or the sport bikes are that, and I tell you, when we get out here and we start to mix it up, it's pretty incredible just how damn good the baggers are, right? And I think it opens up a lot of eyes, and we have a lot of fun together.
You talk about the baggers, but let's face it, the sport bike has always been the cream of the crop of this field. There was an era in the mid-'80s, 86, 87, the early GSXRs. Then the ZX7s came out. Then Yamaha had the OWs and the VFRs, and I mean the list goes on and on. the sport bike world is alive and well.
It's very alive and well, and I would say that even when you look at the marketplace right now, again, the day job, sport bikes are actually resurgence right now, right? There's a lot of stuff in the world. I mean, you got the Ninja 500. That bike is like redefined. It moved Kawasaki into the top spot for street bike sales. So it was a sport bike market, very alive and well.
You know, one of the other things, and I know that you walk in this world quite a bit, the adventure bike world. We have the Moto Z Adventure Cross coming up Saturday night, and we have classes for so many different bikes, and 26 different OEMs make an adventure bike.
Absolutely. The adventure bike craze, I call it that because it's been going on for a hot minute. And now the adding of the adventure bike, the adventure cross here at this event, people are riding their bikes in from hours away. They're going to do that course, and then they're going to ride home. But that's an experience like none other.
Well, the experience that we hope to have is that you folks come out and see us. But until you do, thanks for tuning in live. Rob, as always, thank you very much. Rob Oliva, National Sales Manager, Racer. Keep your eye on the podium. I bet we see him there later today.
Great stuff there from Rob Oliva and Rob Bitus. And speaking of Rob Bitus, he's standing by once again down at the podium.
Well, I'm not just standing by the podium. I'm standing here with royalty in this region of the country. Motorcycle shop owner, huge supporter of what we're trying to do. Bill Kazar, thank you for everything. And what a nice ride you had out there. Very, very technical as you made your way around this track.
You're very kind in saying that, very technical. It's another way of saying you went into turn one and last. And I was thinking, man, I really need to learn how to practice start on this thing. But no, it's always fun racing old bikes with old dudes, so it's a good time.
You know, when you come out here, and I know that you and I talked about it kind of earlier in the program, you know, we were touching on how important it is for the motorcycle community to still have that passion, to get out to support events, to come out. And I want to thank you once again for all the work you do leading up to these events. The fireworks that are going to go off tonight are going to be matched by the race tomorrow action, because I know you're going to be bringing that heat tomorrow today.
Oh, yeah. No, the fireworks will be fun. Everybody needs to stay around for those. And, yeah. I want to thank all my dudes that are still back at the shop, Dalton, Nikki, Boone, Gomer. They're running the shop while we're out here doing this. I really appreciate it. Scott Short and Sarah Short should both be here also. And then Jim and Rory at Bridgestone, like, they're the rock stars. Everybody knows that. I don't want to thank them too much because they'll get even bigger heads. But, no, it's always a good time coming out here, Rob.
Well, congratulations, Paula. We have a third-place podium right here. Now, last year, we were talking about your leathers, and you go, oh, yeah, a little something special here. Got the bib overalls on, got what would appear to be a flannel over there. How are you doing? That was one heck of a performance out there.
That was a lot of fun, especially the first half of it. Milroy and I really diced it up quite a bit. It was a good time.
I know that you have some people that helped you as well. Who you want to give a mention to?
First and foremost, my teammates Ron Mears and Bruce Hardig, which couldn't be here today. I need to thank Jim Doyle for helping me in the pit, Bill Kazar for the sticky Pirelli tires and supplying me with DP brakes from Larry Mills. And first and most of all, you, Rob. Thanks for putting this on. This is a lot of fun. I also need to mention my biggest fan, Sydney Gard.
Well, we certainly appreciate the kind words. We always like it. Paula has some hardware for you. Folks, this is Mr. Craig Bailey. All right. Jim Milroy, we hear your name from the first session of the race. All of a sudden, you're like, I'm done playing. I'm going to the front. Yeah. Tell us a bit about that race out there.
Yeah, I got a second wind out there. The first race, I ran wide in the exited with a three of the kink, and Craig got by me, and he was going away. Thank God we had a red flag.
Well, we never like those, but I'm happy that it worked out for you.
I let it rip in the second part, so, yeah, I turned it up.
You know, there's a lot of guys that are sitting at home and they have, whether it's a slab side GSXR or a VFR 750. You guys are out here. What is this machine that you have underneath you?
It's a 1993 Kawasaki ZX7.
So this is a pretty rare bike, and you bring it out here, and the thing performs remarkable every time you do.
Yeah, I put it to it. It's still holding strong. It's not bad for a 33-year-old bike with a 57-year-old rider.
I think it's an amazing thing. Paula, we have some hardware for this gentleman right here. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you all to put your hands together. 3 great individuals that put on quite a show for us. Gentlemen, take those steps up on the podium. Hoist up those awards.
All right, great stuff there from the podium. And once again, a huge congratulations to our top 3. As, like we talked about, we've got Adventure Cross coming up here later tonight. We were able to catch up with Jim Doyle, who helped kind of create this idea, and talk a little bit more about what Adventure Cross is all about.
This isn't a road race bike sitting here. It's an adventure bike. So what's the BRL doing with adventure bikes? Well, we have the Moto Z Adventure Cross. And when you want to make sure that you have a quality event, you reach out to Jim Doyle, who is basically dual sport icon here in this region of the country. Thanks so much for coming out and the help.
Yeah, you're very welcome, Rob. Hey, the CF Moto, everybody needs to try to ride one of these things. I actually demo these for CF Moto as a contract guy, and these are an amazing little piece of machinery. And I really want to thank you for doing this so that we can have a little bit of fun as well.
You know, he's talking about a little bit of fun. On Saturday night at this particular event, we're going to have 3 classes of Adventure Cross. We're going to have a lightweight, which are all the single-cylinder bikes, DRZ 400s, KLR 650s, the light goes on and on. Then we get into middleweight twins, which are any twin-cylinder machine up to 1,050 cc. And then we have our heavyweight, 1,051 and up. This particular bike, very nimble, very light, and can do anything from touring across the country, back road, some aggressive dirt bike riding, or just two up on a date night.
Yeah, last year, one of the guys that I do a lot of work with on CF Moto put 27,000 miles on one of these in 3 months. Not one single issue with that motorcycle.
So quality, comfort, and style, make sure you check out an adventure bike, and better yet, Adventure Cross when you talk about any BRL event.
So how about that? Adventure Cross going to be a ton of fun kicking off later this afternoon. But one of the big sponsors that we've got out here at the Bagger Racing League is our friends over at SNS. We want to give them a huge shout out and catch up with them a little bit headed into our opening weekend.
132 cubic inches. That's right, 132 cubic inches. Absolutely. Jeff Bailey from SNS said, listen, we're going to build a motor that is going to perform, going to be durable, and going to be something that we could put our name on, SNS, and be awful proud of.
Yeah, the 132 is something that we were working on. It's coming, but we're out here to support these guys with all these products. But yeah, when the 132 hits, I think it'll be a package that people can just bolt in and go race with.
You know, that's the easiest thing out here. This class is becoming so much bolt-on, you know, the forks, the subframes, the swing arms, a lot of the aftermarket components. But the heart of the beast, that's where you guys, for, well, how long has the SNS name been around? It's got to be close to 100 years.
About, what are we at, about 68 years right now? So, yeah, SNS has been around forever, proven performance, going racing. Racing's in our heritage. George Smith and everybody after him, you know, whether it's the Bonneville Salt Flats, road racing, flat track racing, drag racing, we want to be a part of it, and that's why we're here today.
One of the things that I don't think enough race organizations can speak to is we are so excited to have the contingency program. If you use their products, you're going to reward the racer.
Yeah, that's right. We want to help those guys who are out there racing. They're out here busting their butts, making it happen. So we want to be able to figure out a way to put money in their hands, and a really strong contingency program is what we've set up.
Well, the SNS name, you know, if it's stamped on there, it's going to be quality, and it's going to be something you could be awful proud of.
Great stuff down there from our friends over at SNS, and we are getting ready to get things fired up for the next of our classes coming up. Should be our American Twins and our lightweight superbike. And as you can see, quite the turnout here on site. I love to see this. Motorsports Park Hastings, first of all, is a beautiful location. The course, the entire the track itself, the area surrounding the course, so well upkept. But then the parking area, the clubhouse, where everybody actually gets to spectate from, just as magnificent. So a huge shout out to our friends at Motorsports Park Hastings for having us back out. Year 3 showing up here to MPH, as they like to call it, and could not be more excited about that as we get ready for our American Twins and our lightweight superbike coming up next. Of course, that lightweight superbike class, one we always love to watch. And then that Zippers Performance Products American Twins Unlimited class, a fan favorite as well. So warm-up laps underway. Seeing some familiar faces out there as well. Love to see that. Levy Batty back with us after going down early in his first race of the day, and once again finds himself in pole position. So the Memphis Shades live drone picks it up as we get ready for race number 4. Zippers American Twins and the lightweight superbike. Final moments of preparations, and look at that. That actually is Carl Schlack there. So we talked a little bit about the former machine, and Carl now stepping up. Big supporter there, or big spokesperson for the Speed Farm crew, and now stepping up team owner, kind of help running things off of the machine. And great to see Carl still out and about with us. Love the way his machines have looked over the last few years, and then Levy's looking fantastic as well. I like we got Neon on the inside, Chris Muck and Levy Batty looking mighty bright and looking mighty fast when they're out there as well. There you see another Motorcycle Supply Racing back ride. As here we go. Grid is clear. 30-second charge is up, and we are just about ready for the green flag to fly. There it is. Solid jump from Levy Batty. If you know anything about Carl Schlack, that guy was lightning off of the start. He could start in row 3 and would still be leading headed into turn number 1. But right now it is Levy Batty leading the way. Batty, Lancaster, and Dura there in that front group. Oh, look at this. Had a rider go down. So could that potentially bring the red flag out early? We'll wait and see. There you see with Batty, a glance back. So we'll see. Ooh, Batty looking behind him a lot there. More trying to just stay out of the way of those top 2, it looks like. So we'll wait to see what race control decides to do here. Looked like that rider was okay, but we saw the same thing earlier. Safety, rider safety top priority, so we'll continue to monitor that situation. Meanwhile, red flag, there it is. Race control just checks in. Red flag coming out. Tough break there for the, showing the 76 on the machine. Don't have a 76 on my list here. And being told it sounds like that was Caleb Childers going down. So tough break for Childers there. Ultimately going to bring that red flag out. And Childers still relatively new, and Childers is in what's called an impact zone on the track. So again, rider safety, what that has to do with is he's in a potentially dangerous spot where other riders, if they had issues, could have potentially made contact with him, ridden into him. So again, the MPH crew, I've been lucky enough to be there in person, see the way they work, and they are constantly monitoring the whole track. They've got spotters all around. The communication between the safety flaggers and everything like that is top notch. So they quickly assess, if somebody goes down, are they okay? What kind of response is needed? What location are they in? And then they make the decision on how they should proceed with the race from there. So good call once again from our safety crew here at MPH and BRL. I'm going to do exactly what is most appropriate and necessary. Take care of our riders, and we'll get ready to bring those riders back onto the grid. Hopefully get this race resumed here very quickly, as they already had him picked back up, and we're trying to get him off course. Don't forget, like we said, we are back live tomorrow, round number 2 of the 2026 season. Make sure you guys are tuned right back in. As for right now, red flag here for race number 4. And you can see still tons of fans hanging here in the pits, and you can see those riders headed back to the paddock. A full restart coming up here very quickly, just as soon as we can get that track clear. And you can see the fans still out and about here in the pits, checking things out. I saw that one fan shoot us the peace sign here on the Memphis Shades live drone. Looks like we got some vendors in the house, some apparel, and then I see some of those Adventure Cross machines set up as well. And then love to see this, man, a huge motorcycling community here in Hastings and the surrounding area, and love to see them out and about checking things out here at BRL. Some pretty looking machines there as well, man, like I said. And it sounds like we've got our very own Rob Vitus standing by with a special guest.
You know, thanks a lot, Zach. And I know that you do a lot of racing coverage with GNCC and everything. And almost everywhere you go, not almost, everywhere you go in motorcycling, you're going to see DP Brakes as a supporter and a product people rely on. Larry Mills, thank you as always. I mean, we couldn't do this literally without you.
No, we love this series, and we've been with you since day one, obviously, and it's growing and growing, and the turnout here has been unbelievable, and we're just proud to be a part of this. And as Rob said, we cover pretty much every racing out there, whether it be motorcycles, ATV, UTVs, but we just love being part of this.
You know, you hear about family businesses, and your dad and your mom, but your dad in particular, you've told stories of having breakfast with Giacomo Agostini and Kenny Roberts would swing through for a cup of tea or something. Like, you grew up with the royalty, and your father certainly deserves the recognition of all the hard work he put into this.
Well, he does, and I grew up with that, you know, growing up in England and the whole road racing scene and that stuff, and it's just a privilege to be a part of that, and, you know, that's why I'm in the industry now, because of him, and the history goes on and on.
You know, there was a moment where in the custom bike world they were taking one of the calipers off, relying on this or that. Back in now, it's as many brakes as you could get, the biggest brakes, and they know that they are going to have to make sure that they have a premium product that works. Your stuff is so race tested, it's almost a second thought.
It is worldwide, and you know, this is a great test on the product because these are heavy, fast bikes, and all that feedback I get, I bring back to the factory, and they improve on something. And we brought out a new pad this week, and we gave them to a couple of the teams, and we're always improving on what we have.
Well, we certainly can't thank you enough for all the support. We love seeing you here. Everybody counts on seeing you here. So thanks a lot for coming out to Hastings on Memorial Day weekend.
Thanks, Rob, and we love being here. Thank you.
Larry Mills from DP Brakes. If you need to make sure that your high-performance dirt bike, quad, street bike, Harley-Davidson has the best brake pads in the business, Larry Mills and DP Brakes.
I love it. Big shout out to Larry Mills. Rob, tell Larry I need to get in contact with him. They got some great bicycle brake pads as well that I need to get my hands on. But always so great to see Larry. I believe it was just a few not so long short ago. I guess it was February when GNCC was down in Florida. I saw Larry out and about, and seems like the guy's always hanging out on the podium. Must be something about DP Brakes and podium finishes. But you could hear it there in the background, all of our riders being called back to the grid. So hopefully going to get that green flag flying here in just a few short minutes. There you see our friends at Memphis Shades on the Memphis Shades live drone. It's Memphis Shadeception out here as they are out and about. Of course, Memphis Shades a huge supporter here of the Bagger Racing League as well. And then got the Tab Performance Semi set up. We're going to grab a quick commercial break. Going to get riders back out on course, and we'll be back with more Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades coming up right after this.
We're Advan Black, industry leader in color-matched performance bagger parts.
For over a decade, we've been building premium parts and accessories for baggers. Designed for riders who demand more from every mile. Advan Black. You choose the destination, we handle the rest.
Drive anywhere on the Dueler AT Ascent tire. With rugged sawtooth edges designed for on- and off-road adaptability. Bridgestone innovation in all terrain.
From the sun-drenched coasts of California to the stormy plains of the Midwest and the misty peaks of the Appalachians, this beautiful nation gives us all kinds of weather, but nothing the American Elite 2 can't handle. When the skies open up, confidence comes alive. This is a true long-haul tire, engineered precisely for unpredictable elements along the way, providing exceptional grip and stability when it matters most. American Elite 2, built for the ride.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Alloy Art, Motion Pro, and Bridgestone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Motorsports Park Hastings here in Hastings, Nebraska, as we pick back up with race number 4. Our Zippers American Twins Unlimited and lightweight superbike classes had a red flag out just a moment ago. Had to get a rider moved out of a potential dangerous area, but we have got our riders re-racked. We are just about ready to get back off and rolling. Levy Batty doing a great job once again, taking some notes from team owner Carl Schlack there. Great start, trying to turn it into a great finish here in this one. We saw Batty doing some glancing around the last time, is almost immediately Chris Muck on the 696 takes over that number 1 spot, and looks like he's trying to bring someone else along with him. But look at the horsepower from Batty. Levy Batty trying to leave him behind here down this straight at least. And take a look at this. It's now a pass for the number 2 spot. As now, looks like Muck's got someone trying to chase him down. So Chris Muck feeling feisty here on this one. Making some quick moves and now just trying to settle into a rhythm. Meanwhile, looks like that might be the 6 of Teddy Honan behind him in the number 2 spot. As they get ready to put 1 lap in the books here, you see that braking zone. Potentially Holman there in the number 2 spot enters just a little bit wider. Going to try to spin things around, get a good drive. First lap in the books. And Muck going to lead him across the stripe. is Teddy Holman in that number 2 spot. And then Levy Batty in the number 3 ride. Looks like Lancaster checking in the 4th place spot. And it looks like Nick Marcadona going to round out your top 5 early here in this one. Your Zippers, American Twins Unlimited, and Lightweight Superbike classes out on course now. And an early red flag come out. Hopefully that rider okay. But we are back off and rolling now. All green as things starting to get a bit closer here at the front. Teddy Holman, we saw him a little bit earlier today, kind of looks like a builder. He gets a bit faster as the race wears on. Talked about the mental and emotional toll that something like a red flag can take on a rider. It's almost become a joke now. We talk about riders being locked in, but the mental focus that these riders have, the preparation that goes into being ready when that green flag flies, is something that takes a little bit to do. And then all of a sudden a red flag comes out after just one quick lap. You go back to the pits. Then all of a sudden you're getting told to go back to the grid. Get a quick warm-up lap, you're back on the grid, and you got to be right back into that race zone. So props to these riders for doing this, just that. They're doing this. Buck with a little glance back. We saw the hand come off the bar there, some kind of signal, but didn't quite see what it was. And, okay, I am getting word from race control. These guys not only familiar with one another, but actually friends off course as well. So nobody you want to beat more than your buddy. I can promise you that. So Chris Buck and Teddy Holman going to have some war stories after this one. The battle is on. And Buck looking like he's got the bragging rights for the moment. And like you said, Holman, a late race charger. And right now he's in the catbird seat. He's got the ability to see what lines Buck is taking, how hard Buck is pushing. Meanwhile, Chris trying to ride with eyes in the back of his head. What is Holden trying to do? Is he going to try to go around the outside, carry his momentum? Is he going to try to go wide and then cut back underneath? There's so many different ways you could pass here on this Motorsports Park Hastings course. But right now, kind of just biding his time. You see, just flirts a little bit with the outside here, carrying some additional roll speed, and sets that up for the next corner. You can see Holden does not really seem like he's stressing at the moment. Got to wonder if he's got a little more pace in store and is kind of just waiting for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Muck, you see glancing back once again, kind of starting to creep into the mind of Chris Muck. Teddy Holden hard on the brakes here into turn 1. Double apex here for 2 and 3. They're getting ready to open those machines up. And it does sound like this is a full restart. We had that red flag a little bit earlier in the program that was just about halfway through the race, where they would only race the remaining laps. This, however, because only one lap was complete, this is a full restart. So this will be the full duration of their race. That most recent green flag. 8-lap showdown here with 1 lap in the books. Maybe 2 laps in the books now as Buck continues to lead Teddy Holman. Levy Batty, David Lancaster, and Nick Margadona. Your top 5. And I'm impressed. A nice little response here from Buck. Holman seems to be the aggressor early on, but as they approach the halfway point, Muck has figured something out. So here we go, getting ready to approach the finish line once again, just about halfway through the Zippers, ATQ, and Lightweight Superbike class. It's Chris Muck, Teddy Holman, 1 and 2. As Muck has re-stretched things back out over Holman. See, just locked in right now. Muck in the full tuck position, as aerodynamic as it gets. Just trying to hang on here for a few more laps. Honan keeping them honest, but they have opened things up. Levy Batty still back there in the number 3 spot. There you see him on the Memphis Shades live drone. If I'm not mistaken, leading the way in class. Lancaster behind in the 4th spot, physically on course. Honestly, I'm just glad to see Batty back out on the course. Saw such a solid start early on in the day and ultimately laying that machine down and kind of having to regroup now. So Levy looking to just take a checkered flag here today, and how nice would it be to grab a class win to go along with it. Kind of in no man's land here for Batty. Nobody right in front of him, but nobody putting immediate pressure on. Good spot to be when you're leading the class. Meanwhile, the 666 of David Lancaster you see on your screen now, back there in the 4th place spot. Lancaster all the way from California. It took quite a while to get here, but a familiar face here at the Bagger Racing League. It's a bug once you catch it. You don't want to miss the BRL Racing action. And you got to wonder if this is not the 890 of Nick Margadana on your screen now, rounding out your top 5. So a bit of space here between your top 5. We'll see whether or not they can continue to limit those mistakes, maintain the gaps. We've seen a lot of things change up in those closing laps. White flag comes out, all of a sudden people start getting crazy with it. See, not just the machines, you can see the riders physically moving themselves from one side of the machine to the other, trying to kind of pitch those rides off, really get them to turn and pivot as much as possible. There we go, another lap in the books. Here for the backside of the top 5. Back off in turn number 1. Right there before we saw the early red flag come out. But meanwhile, back to your leaders on screen. Muck checks in once again. Holden still just flirting back there. 3 laps to go here in this one. And Muck needs to just keep it steady like this. Hit his marks, limit those mistakes. Holden, however, also got to stay pretty perfect if he wants to maintain in position to try to capitalize here. Looks like they're starting to close in on some lap traffic. This could be an opportunity for Holden to make something happen. There you see Muck on your screen. Lap rider just a little bit up ahead. So could that slow him down enough for Teddy Holden to potentially close back in? Let's see Muck hard on the brakes. Good job there from that lap rider, not giving him too much of a fight once he realized who it was. Meanwhile, now Holden got to try to pick and choose an opportunity to get around as well. Switchbacks there for Muck. And I don't know, I'd say Holden maintained that gap pretty well. Looked like he was losing some time, but kind of seemed like he had made it back up as the white flag comes out. 1 lap left to go here in this one. Chris Muck and Teddy Holden going at it. Muck on the charge though right now. Holden Holden's doing great, but man, you just look at Muck and it just seems like he's a little, just a tiny bit faster almost everywhere. And it's just added little by little. Not really some of the quick gaps that we've seen get stretched out in some of our earlier races, but with this one, it's just been a gradual build. That is Chris Muck. Now less than a lap away from a checkered flag here in race number 4, your American Twins Unlimited and lightweight superbike class. See pitching to the outside, cuts back. And now getting to the closing few corners here. Honan going to give it one last ditch effort. You know Muck aware of where he's at. One more time through the switchbacks. And as long as Chris doesn't do anything disastrous here in this last corner. Here we go, final approach. One more look back, a thumbs up. I'm sure some smack talk. And it will be Chris Muck grabbing the win. Teddy Holden in that number 2 spot. Waves to the fans. And I'm sure they're going to have some great stories to tell back at the rig after this one. Checkered flag out. And it will be Chris Muck grabbing that win. Looks like Teddy Honan going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. And looked like physically Levy Batty was still in position to round out that physical podium for top 3 across the line. So we'll get ready for our red line race recap. There you see Levy Batty giving a wave to the camera. Taking a checkered flag, got to think a accomplishment in its own right. Levy having a solid second half of the day at least. Things not quite starting like he was hoping. Let's take a look now at your Redline Oils race recap. Green flag flew. Levy Batty, a rocket ship off of the start. And would lead them into turn 1. Turns 2 and 3 once again would tail the tape as Chris Muck makes quick moves. Had some unfortunate bad luck for one of our riders there on lap number 1. Ultimately would bring out the red flag. So a full restart, totally wiped clean. There for the second green flag. Same story, Levy Batty out front. And then Chris Muck would very quickly regain that number 1 spot, but he brought Teddy Honan along with him this time, and they got close. An early race charge from Honan made it seem like the fight was on, but Muck stayed calm, gave a little look back. These two friends off course, and Muck will be able to maintain the pressure all the way down to the checkered flag and grab the class win. Here for race number 4, your Zippers, American Twins Unlimited, and your lightweight superbike class. Your Alpine Stars top 10, it's Chris Muck, Teddy Honan, Levy Batty, David Lancaster, Nick Margadona, Caleb Childers, and Douglas Durra, your top 7. We're going to get ready to throw things to a quick commercial break, and when we'll come back, we'll have more podium celebrations here from round 1 of the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. We'll be right back.
Performance isn't a trend, it's a lifestyle. At Tucker Speed, we live and breathe Harley-Davidson performance. From performance parts and accessories to riding gear and apparel, we carry everything you need to build a faster, harder running machine. But we don't just sell parts. We build, we ride, and we race with the parts we sell. Because real performance only comes from real experience. From complete engine builds to suspension upgrades to in-house dyno tuning and custom performance setups, our team is dedicated to pushing Harley-Davidson performance to the limit. Street or track, weekend rider or full race build, Tucker Speed has the parts, knowledge, and experience to take your bike to the next level. Visit tuckerspeed.com or bring your bike to the experts at Tucker Speed.
Make your mark with Memphis Shades, proud sponsor of the 2025 Bagger Racing League. From raw materials to the open road, our windshields and fairings are designed by riders and handcrafted in the heart of Tennessee. Whether it's cross-country or weekend rides, Memphis Shades lets you ride longer, look better, and enjoy every mile. Visit memphisshades.com to check out our full lineup and upgrade your ride today. Memphis Shades, style that works.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Yuasa Battery, DP Brakes, and Icon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful Motorsports Park Hastings for round one of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. We just wrapped up with our American Twins as well as our lightweight superbike classes, and we've got our very own Rob Bidas standing by down at the podium.
Hey, we're down here with Nick Maragano right now. I wanted to make sure I said that right. You just told me that you haven't been racing much. You came out here and all of a sudden you find yourself standing on the podium. Great work.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's been a fun off season trying to get the bike ready and get everything prepped. So getting back on the bike this year has been a bit of a challenge.
But it's something that racers love. They come back and all of a sudden the adrenaline, you get the butterflies in the stomach again, and then you find yourself on a podium. Kind of makes it all worth it.
Oh, it definitely does. The butterflies were there right at the beginning, and then as soon as I got onto the grid, everything kind of settled back down, and I was just happy to be out on the grid.
Well, talking about being happy, we're happy to hand you a third-place trophy. Who would you like to give a shout-out to?
I'd like to give a shout-out to Larry Mills with DP Brakes, Bill with Motorcycle Supplies, and then LM2. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Paula has your award right there. Let me see who this guy is. Let me go through my notes here. For the third time today, Teddy Honan. Get up here. What in the – did you take any break? What have you done? You woke up this morning at probably, 3 o'clock and went running or something?
Something like that.
So always on the podium, always in contention. It's got to feel good.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. You've given a lot of shouts out, but who do you want to give one out to in this final? Because I know you don't race a bagger. We won't see you in the next race.
You. Thank you. You put on an amazing event. We appreciate it. The camera, the airtime, everything is awesome. I don't know how you do it, but, man, it's awesome. I appreciate it.
Well, we have some great sponsors and great people that help us, and congratulations. Paula, come on over here. Let's hook this gentleman up. Chris Muck, you're another one. You're a regular up here. Congratulations. Nice ride.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I just want to set the record straight, though. Teddy has never ran a day in his life. There's no way he woke up at 3 a.m. to go running. But, no, we had a good race today. Me and Teddy have been racing for years and years and have a lot of track experience on 400s, a lot of dicing it up, and it's been a fun ride with him for the last few years.
Well, congratulations, Paula. We have a first-place trophy for you. Guys, this is the top 3 in the lightweight class. These bikes are truly formidable race bikes. How about a nice round of applause as they take those top steps and hoist up the hardware.
Great stuff down there from the podium. Congratulations to our top 3. And speaking of grabbing some hardware, how about a team that has won 3 championships in 2025? I'm talking about the Suburban Motors Harley-Davidson crew. We were able to catch up with them here leading in to the opening weekend of 2026.
You know, so many teams chase the number one plate. I mean, it is certainly the goal of every team that's out here this weekend. But last year, Suburban Harley-Davidson did the unthinkable. We have 3 bagger classes. That's right, 3. We have the Barnett Super Street, we have the Pirelli Pro Stock, and we have the Andrews Bagger GP that comes with the Fred Fox Cup. Joe from Suburban Harley-Davidson, you won all 3.
Yeah, I guess we did. Not with a lot of help from a lot of other people, but the riders we had were pretty good and managed to pull it off.
You know, working on one of these bikes, I know that, you know, there's a lot of work that goes into it, a lot of thought and preparation. You've decided to go about it completely different. You go, if I'm going to build one, I'm basically putting a road race assembly line in, and I think you have 1, 2, 3, 4. There's other bikes not even here. You sometimes have up to 7 race bikes at one of these events.
Yeah, a little bit crazy, I guess, but I always thought whether it was dirt tracking or everything, they're getting paid just to bring one, so 1 turns into 2, it turns into 3, which turns into 6, and I got to stop it one of these days.
One of the things I got to ask you, so when you have that many talented alpha male racers in one rider's lounge, and they all obviously want to win, they certainly are friendly off the track, but how do you kind of manage something like that?
Well, that's a big part about being on my team. You got to get along with everybody. If you got an ego, I mean, everybody has an ego as far as wanting to win, but if you can't get along with a teammate or another racer, we don't work well together. So they all have their own ambitions and what they want to do, but they all realize we're one team. So when it comes down to it, everyone up there right now would help each other out. And if you can't do that and you don't want to be in that environment, you probably won't ride for me. But because of that, it becomes a really good family environment, fun, and it's the only reason I spend as much hours as I do is because a group of guys we got get along and they appreciate it, and it's fun.
Well, we certainly appreciate the Suburban team coming up. Again, keep your eye on them. They're going to have a number of number 1 plates, and they're in a hunt to not only keep those, but add to the count in 2026.
Great stuff there from Rob and, of course, the Suburban Harley-Davidson crew getting ready to try to grab another championship here in 26. But before we get to that, we've got Rob Bidas back down on the podium.
DoorDash. All right, here we go, guys. Whoop. Hey, guys, we're live down here on the podium. And, Dave, come on back here. We got a little help for you up here. I know that things are always going tough. Consistency. You are the most consistent guy I know. You and my guy in the sport bike class over there, always on the podium.
I do my best, man. Suit up and show up.
Well, you certainly showed up today here. You put the exclamation point on the end of day 1. We've got another whole race to go tomorrow. Take us through the final race of your day today.
Well, I really came out here hoping to knock Schlacht off his throne. And then he went and retired on us and put a young buck out here, and he came out and whooped ass. So I'm here, had fun, finished the race. Just stoked.
Well, congratulations, Paula. Come on over here with the hardware. Let's get David hooked up. You're going to get a chance to give the shout out to. We got your. All right, give us that rundown.
All right, I got to thank my family, my girl Rebecca and her kid Bella for letting me come out here. DP Brakes, Anthony Leatherworks, Dunlop, Racer's Edge Performance, Heathen Nation, Lucifer's Garage, and Rider Gear.
Congratulations. Nice job. Let's slide on over to the winner of the ATU, Levy Batty. Congratulations. I know that this class here gets you a little bit more track time. We'll get ready for tomorrow.
Absolutely, yeah. Enter 2 classes, especially because I need the time. I just hopped on this thing, I don't know, maybe like yesterday, just almost for the first time. So we're happy to be here, yeah.
Well, congratulations. We're happy to have you here. I know that the number of sponsors here on the bike. Who would you like to give a shout out to?
So I will start off with my wife because that will make her happy. So then I'll thank my father-in-law for bringing me here. I want to thank Speed Farm, of course, call right there. Words Financial, Hog Haltons Corporation. They supply me with great parts for this bike. We have Biker Brew House, Lord of the Gas Down, B2 Ball. We have KYT. We have Bridgestone, of course, right there. We have 77 Cycles, Blood Racing, DP Brakes. You know, everyone who's helping me out here, I can't thank you guys enough, and I'm happy to be out here. You know, after a crash, it's always getting a little bit weird to get back on the bike, but we made sure everything was running right, and Carl got it right back together. So I'm very happy. I'm glad to be here in this organization.
Well, thank you very much. Paula Fox has your first place trophy here. Gentlemen, I know I'll hold on to your bike, David. You get up there on that podium and hold up your hardware right there. One more time as we get ready to head out onto the grid for our grid walk. How about a nice round of applause for these two individuals in ATU?
All right, a huge congratulations as we get ready for a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we will have our grid walk leading up to our final race of the afternoon. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back with more Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers right here on Racer TV.
We're Advan Black, industry leader in color-matched performance bagger parts.
For over a decade, we've been building premium parts and accessories for baggers. Designed for riders who demand more from every mile. Advan Black. You choose the destination, we handle the rest.
Drive anywhere on the Dueler AT Ascent tire. With rugged sawtooth edges designed for on- and off-road adaptability. Bridgestone innovation in all terrain.
From the sun-drenched coasts of California to the stormy plains of the Midwest and the misty peaks of the Appalachians, this beautiful nation gives us all kinds of weather, but nothing the American Elite 2 can't handle. When the skies open up, confidence comes alive. This is a true long-haul tire, engineered precisely for unpredictable elements along the way, providing exceptional grip and stability when it matters most. American Elite 2, built for the ride.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Andrews Performance, Ultra Cool, and Pirelli. Hastings, Nebraska for round one of the 2026 season. Doubleheader weekend here on Memorial Day weekend. And so far, round one has brought all of the action and then some as we kick off 2026 in style. Now, what you're watching right now is what we like to call the grid walk. This is a really cool opportunity, especially for those of you here on site at a Bagger Racing League event. This is what you could probably argue is our main event, our premier class, if you will. We've got our Andrews Bagger GP class as well as our Pirelli Pro Stock getting ready to get set up here on the line. And what they do is they actually bring the machines out, they get them set up on the stands, they bring the riders out, they bring the teams out, and then they let the fans get to come up close and personal as well. This is one of the things that separates Bagger Racing League from the rest of the racing world, quite honestly. The ability to get up close, look at the machines, talk to the riders, literal moments before they throw the helmet on and get ready to go out and do battle. So we're going to continue to watch our riders get set up here on the grid, going to get all of those machines into position. We'll get the riders themselves out there as well. And then from there, I believe we're actually going to get a chance to catch up with some of the riders, talk a little bit about how they're feeling headed right here into round number 1. Lot of big names here in this one, of course. Cody Gilmore and Jake Masters both running the number 1 here in their respective classes. Cody Gilmore getting the job done out of your Bagger GP class, and then Jake Masters out of that Pirelli Pro Stock. So going to be exciting to see what they are able to do here in 2026 after such a great 2025. Drew Jankard will be back out there as well. Brendan Foley going to be one to watch on the number 29. Of course, our very own Tony Tucker back out on the track where he belongs and where he likes to be as well. So good to see the 477 back on the grid. Carbone Merrill, Tyler Elliott, Travis Wurr is going to be back out there as well. Matthew Maldonado, and then Chase French lined up there as well. And then can't forget about Seth Dahmer going to be back out there on the number 34. And then Kyle Onzorg, maybe saying that last name wrong, but Kyle, your top qualifier out of your Bagger GP class. That is going to be fun to watch as well. It's coming down to seconds, fractions of a second even. And so we'll see who is able to get the job done and who is able to start 2026 off with a win here at round 1. Of course, round 2 coming up live tomorrow right back here on racertv.com. You don't want to miss a lap of the action, so make sure you've got your notifications turned on, and you plan on being right back here on Racer TV for BRL round number 2 tomorrow. But coming up next, grid walk, and then we'll get ready for our Bagger GP and Pro Stock. And then don't forget, for those of you here on site, that's the tip of the iceberg as far as the festivities go. We've got Adventure Cross coming up later this afternoon here on site. Some of our very own Racer TV crew going to line up in that one, and then a fireworks show to close out the evening for Memorial Day weekend. Who says we don't like the party here at BRL? We race hard, we party hard, we celebrate hard. That's what it's all about. 250 years of America here in 2026. And, yeah, Hastings does it correct. They had a little pre-race party over at Miss Kitty's, one of the local motorcycle club bars, if you will. Been able to check that place out. First of all, great food. It kind of got like a NASCAR theme going to it. But, man, so cool to see the way that they embrace the local motorcycling community. They got brick-fired pizzas. They got all kinds of stuff. If you're there on site, it's definitely worth checking out. Of course, you can't go wrong with a big juicy steak as well. But for right now, grid walk getting opened up. You can see the fans, the spectators all starting to make their way out, scope some things out. Maybe some of those motorcyclists as well checking things out, saying, oh, okay, I just need to add a little bit of this, take a little bit of this, and I can take my machine right out here onto course as well. So everyone enjoying the views here of the grid walk, and that is what it's all about. Something really cool that I believe we brought into the program last year, if I'm not mistaken, and has been a fan favorite ever since. The kids get to get out and enjoy it, the motorcyclists, the fans. I mean, I don't care what age you are, how much experience you've got here at BRL, checking these machines out up close is absolutely incredible. The detail, the amount of time and effort that have gone into these machines, certainly worth admiring. And a bit easier to do here at 0 miles an hour compared to about 100 miles an hour, which they'll be going in just a little bit. But for right now, grid walk officially off and rolling. The fans making the most of the opportunity to check out their favorite rider's machine. Maybe even getting to catch up with their rider themselves as they all start to make their way out to the grid as well. So our reigning champs not quite taking pole position in either class. That could be interesting to watch as well, as everybody knows how important it is to kind of make a statement here at round 1. Start the season off strong. But enough speculating. Let's get ready to hear from the riders getting ready to go out and do battle. Our very own Rob Bidas stands by at the grid walk.
I can't hear, so just give me the... Hey, we're down here on the grid walk. Now, what's the grid walk? It's an opportunity to have our best athletes on the baddest baggers that we have. We get them out here on the grid. We heat the tires up. We bring the fans out. It's an opportunity to get up close and personal. Does it make you more nervous, Drew, or does it make you a little calmer?
Yeah, I don't think anyone would be telling you the truth if they didn't say that they get a little bit nervous with any of this. So as racers, we all get a little bit of butterflies every time we grid up, and I think that's part of what we enjoy about it.
All day long, you're on the Pan American. You're out there battling with sport bikes. All of a sudden, the weight goes up by about 300 pounds. The horsepower goes up. The height of the bike goes up. This is a whole different animal.
Yeah, in past racing experiences, I'm used to jumping between different platforms, but this is, like you said, a whole different animal. This bagger is it's wild, and I don't have a lot of time on it, but I'm trying to make the best of what I have. And the guys at Alloy Art have put a really good package together, and they're fully behind it, and they give me their best effort every time we come out to the track.
I'll tell you what, best of luck to you. Have a great ride out there, and we hope to see you on the podium.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Let's slide right down the line here. Now, we don't often get somebody local. I mean, down the street local. Kyle, you guys in the Tab team have been competing together for a couple years. We're here at your local track, literally for the company. They were able to bring the big rig. We can't be happier to have you here. Welcome to Hastings.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the Tab Performance, like I said, they're out of Lincoln, Nebraska. They got us, me and the wife down here with our little man, and really loving this track. I've not been here before this weekend. It's a lot of time on the edge of the tires, very physical and technical, and I'm having a blast here.
You know, here's one of the things that it's baffling to me. It's Harley versus Indian. You obviously chose the Indian Challenger. This is a very formidable bike. We'd love to have more Indian folks come out here and join us. So if you know any of them, please invite them to come hang out.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, it's a very reliable package. I mean, we do multiple rounds on these motors without any issues. I think we did, I mean, probably hour and a half a time on practice, did, morning qualifying and practice, no problem. And, I mean, S&S makes some really good parts for this thing, and that's largely what this platform is. And we should have plenty of power out there and a really good chassis.
Plenty of power, a great bike, and an even more talented rider. This man's going to be a factor here at today's opener. Let's slide over here. This is going to be the story of the day here. As we get Cody Gilmore, I know that he's probably close by. He's obviously talking to a lot of his friends and getting everybody up to speed. Here's what we're going to do. Hey, Joe, come here. This is Joe Hupp. He's the owner of the team, right? He has a number of bikes. Your number 1 plate, Pro Stock, number 1 plate Bagger GP. This is number 55.
Yeah, we had a little malfunction on the number 1 bike, so he's going to jump on Joey's bike and take a couple laps and get a few points so we don't get too far behind in the series and go out and have some fun.
You know, it's going to be interesting right here. Obviously, he's going to have to start in the back of the pack. We know how talented he is. I don't believe he's ever lost a race here in Hastings. It's going to be a tough way to go out on top in the first day, but you're going to have that bike rebuilt and ready to go tomorrow.
If we would have 2 more hours, we'd have it ready, so we'll be ready for tomorrow.
Well, the crew at Suburban Harley always working hard. Today, the defending champ in the Andrews Bagger GP will be on a super street bike. We're going to see how that plays out. As we slide on over here to one of the best-looking bikes in the paddock right now, Seth Dahmer. They made the trip down here. His dad built the first Harley to ever win a bagger race. It was Tyler O'Hara for a long time. We went out to Utah, and Michael Barnes was able to beat him by 0.356 of a second. One of the best battles we ever had. No pressure today, right?
Yeah, hopefully we can just get out there and get a decent start and hang with Kyle for as long as we can.
You know, you talk about hanging with these guys. It's a kind of a sprint race, but there's a point where maybe lap 3 or 4 you could kind of reset, go back, and then make the big run at the end.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to hang with Kyle, but hopefully I can just get up close and stick with him and try to get a drag away from the pack.
Well, we want to wish you best of luck out there. We know that you're on a brand-new team. This is your first time racing in the GP division, but you're sitting up here in the front row.
Yeah, I'm super excited, and it's really, I love this. This bike is working pretty good, and we're really working. Kyle helped us a little bit. He rode it, and we've developed this bike a ton for the little bit because this is our first time riding it. We didn't get any testing, so it's exciting.
Well, Well, Seth Dahmer's ready to go. If I keep pulling the mic out of his mind, best of luck to you. Have some fun out there. Let's take the next row back here. Now this next rider that we're going to talk about, Ogden, Utah, Tony Tucker. He's over here having a meeting right now. We don't want to. Don't leave because we got more stuff to talk about. Tony, you have stepped up since we first met. You competed, you had an injury, not in the BRL, and we're thinking, man, let's make him. We've got to have him around. His energy's so good. You became the announcer. Yeah. Then you come back and win the comeback of the year, not because you came back to racing, because you started Podium like that was your job. We're kicking off this year. You stepped up the bike. You built a second bike. You built the team, the show hauler out there. You are literally a mover and a shaker.
Moving and shaking. That's what we do. Yeah, we've stepped the game up again. I mean, I think that last year we came out swinging and made some really good progression with our program, and we wanted to keep that momentum. I feel like after Vegas last year, we had some really good momentum, tried to carry it through the winter, and it's carrying into Nebraska here.
I know there's a lot of people watching us from around the world. Can I borrow you for a second? You need an umbrella girl. They don't think anybody in the BRL has an umbrella girl. They all been holding their own umbrellas. You have an umbrella girl. That's a leg up.
She's pretty, too.
Very pretty, very smart, and I got to tell you, one of the hardest working people I've ever been around. I see her first thing in the morning, last thing at night, always over in the camp over there, making sure everybody has everything they need.
She's a badass. Thanks, Rob.
Best of luck to you both. We'll see you out there soon. They're in the Pirelli Pro Stock class. Let's slide on over to here. This is Jake Masters. Jake Masters started in a BRL on a Suburban XR 1200. He then made the move up to the Sly Fox Road Glide and won the Super Street class. Check that. I'm a little bit backwards on that. He was on the PM bike. Then he steps up to the Pro Stock class. Then he's on the Sly Fox bike. You bring home the win in that. You said, I'm not moving up yet because I want to defend that championship.
That's right. I was excited to do this again. I got some more races in this class too, so it's going to be good. I'm excited to get out there. BRL is such an awesome event, and Nebraska here with the track and the course, they do such a good job. So thanks for having us, Rob. You're the man.
Well, I tell you what, if you follow Jake Masters, and a lot of people do, he's from Australia, you know that he had a tough injury right at the beginning of the season. Did that slow him down? No, because he wanted to come here and get another injury 4 weeks ago and come out and make sure that everybody knows he may be a bit wounded, but the fight still in that heart.
Yeah, I've had a very tough few weeks coming into this event. We might touch on it a bit later, but yeah, I'm keen to get this race done and put my leg back up.
Well, Jake Masters is ready to go. The number 1 plate on the front of the bike. We're going to slide over here to his teammate. Brendan Foley. He last year was able to come home with the Barnett Super Street, picked up the number 1 plate. He said, I am moving up. I want to get into the Pro Stock division, and I know you have your sights set on the front row next year, but this year it's all about you and your teammate arm wrestling over the number 1 plate.
Yeah, I definitely got my work cut out for me. You know, Jake's no slouch. He's fast. He's coming off an injury, so I might have a little advantage today, but I know, you know, he ain't going to let me have it easy.
You know, one of the cool things is we got 2 classes out here, but there's a lot of riders that are on very similar equipment. You're not bringing a BB gun to a gunfight. This is actually an AK right here.
Yeah, this thing's a weapon. It's fast. Stoked on this rig that the Suburban team got together this year, saying rips, and it's doing real good.
Well, best of luck to you. We hope to see you over on the podium. Have a great ride. Let's slide back a row over here. Come on, we'll go for a walk. All right, we make our way over to this bright orange bike. Carbon, come see me on this side if you'd be so kind. Now, not new to racing, but he's come back with the FDR team. Carbon, you guys have been West Coast. You're making your way out here. Things are starting to come your way. I see you getting more and more comfortable. Great to have you.
Oh, yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. Stoked to be out racing with Bagger Racing League out here in Nebraska, round 1. Absolutely thrilled to be out here with the FDR team. They put in a lot of work when I had my last big crash, helping me get back on the road and getting back in one piece. And then this opportunity arise to be able to ride with him. I couldn't be happier to be out here. We're getting the bike sorted and getting acclimated to this lovely track, and hopefully we can increase our results and then come out tomorrow with a little bit more attack. But we still got one ahead of us today.
Heck of a travel trip to get here. Josh Runlett, their team manager, stuck in Dallas, had to spend the night, showed up late. I bet he came here both hands flying, had tools going every which way, and got you ready.
Oh, 100%. It was one of those very funny mornings coming out and knowing he was stuck, and we had a journey coming out with some flat tires in the car and stuff like that too. Definitely always a mission to get racing, right? Part of it showing up. So can't wait to get it going. Definitely, I think he got this thing sorted out for me to be able to have some fun.
Well, Team FDR is certainly ready to go. Carbon, give me some knuckles here. Have a great race.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Let's slide over one more time. Now, if you followed the Harley-Davidson world for the last couple years, my man, get over here. Come by me. You're my guy. He came out to these races, and he said, you know what? I'm going to come. I'm going to learn. I'm going to improve. I'm going to get better, and I'm going to ride a street glide. And you have not reneged on any of your stuff. You are truly loyal to the street glide, and we love having you out here.
I could have gone to the road glide like everyone else, but who wants to be like everyone else? I mean, obviously, coming out here and racing is doing something that not everybody does. So keep it going, running the street glide. She's a tough old bird. Almost 20-year-old bike here.
And you got it working really good. What are the companies you leaned on to get this thing going?
Werner's House of Horsepower has really helped me out with the power plant. We're still running a twin cam, so trying to keep up with these big guys. The Geezer Engineering front end keeps this thing planted, going around the corners. My local Harley dealership, Twister City Harley-Davidson, helps me out. And then also Extreme Helmets and ATV powder coating keeps this thing pretty. You'll see the bright orange once we get these things unwrapped.
I can't wait to see you. Hope to land on the podium. Great ride, everybody. Make sure you guys get ready to check them out. Let's head back to this final row here. Matthew Maldonado, number 8 in your program right here. All white bikes. That I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be like Mr. Clean.
Sir, that was the plan.
All right. We know that these races are quick, but a start's critical. Do you have a plan to get up there and mix it up with the boys?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to use my drag race experience and try to get a good bike compared to my drag racing bike. How tall it is, but I got a little bit of that experience and hope to use that on the start, get myself a good position, and get around the track real quick after that. Even if I'm not faster than them, hopefully I can hold them on and keep them away.
One more thing. I know you got some help over here. Who'd you partner this thing ready to go?
Oh, man, there's so many. Fueling got me the cam for my bike, 592. Made 150 horsepower on stock heads. Saddlemen, they got me the seat. DP brakes, getting me able to stop. Of course, everything from Drag Specialties. They are one of our sponsors out here and also built most of this bike with parts from their catalog. I also want to thank Joe from Suburban Harley. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be on this grid right now because my rotors, my stock rotors on my bike warped really bad. And on the last, right before qualifying, it was showing everywhere. Actually gave me the front wheel straight from their paddock. And he got me out here racing, so everybody plays a part in getting the bike together for the races.
You know, let's touch on that real quick before we move over here. If you're in a BRL paddock and you have a problem, I don't think you can turn much more than 20 feet and somebody is going to jump in and help.
Oh, yeah. Everybody out here wants to make sure all the other racers are taken care of and out there racing. I mean, it's crazy how awesome everybody is out here. They don't want anything to stop you from being on the track. They'll give you parts. They will give you knowledge. They'll do everything they can to help you out.
Well, we help you out with a great start and have a good ride out there. Best of luck to you. We look to the left. It's empty. We go to the right over here. Almost go down. Good thing I have the cat-like reflexes over here. Mr. French, how are you, my friend?
Doing great.
We talked a little bit earlier. Now you've had a little track time, and now you're in a much more intense environment, I'd say.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a skip. Just having it's a lot fun on a 1, which is not yet, than a 117. So,
well, here's the thing about it. These bikes take so well to the modifications, the cams, the heads, the exhaust, everything like that. I got a feeling you got a pretty potent machine right here.
Yeah, actually, it's basically stock except for a cam, and it's making good power. It's a Gen 2, so it's been a lot of learning curve for the electronics, getting it to work. There's a lot of late nights trying to get this thing. Built the whole thing in the garage with some help. Dealership didn't help do a single thing.
Gen 2, he's talking about the heads. They fly better, they work a lot better. And if you're out there looking for a new bike,
I believe it's 23 and a half and up. When they came out with the Helix design, they got the Gen 2 heads, and they truly do make good power.
Yeah, actually, it's crazy. It's to the wheel. They made 130 horsepower. I'm building the engine. It wasn't done yet. No throttle body, intake, none of that stuff. So it did really well.
We're down here on the podium. We're just getting ready to wrap it up. Folks, if you're at home and you want to come out and be part of the grid walk, we're going to see you tomorrow. We're also going to see you in Michigan coming up in just about a month. Come on out and be part of the action. Well, for now, we're down on the grid. Let's throw it back up into the booth to Zach Herron. Guys, we're getting ready to go racing.
There you go, Rob. Thank you so much. Fantastic as the anticipation continues to build towards our main event of the afternoon here for round one. We're going to throw things to a quick commercial break, going to get the grid cleared off, and when we come back, it'll be just about time to get that warm-up lap underway before the final green flag of the day here for round number one. This is the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades. We'll be right back.
Here's to the past wheelwrights, our forefathers. Like them, our lives are fixed on improving the oldest of technologies over and over. It is this cycle of a wheelwright's life that indeed helped make America and the world go round and boldly go forward. But our world is that of motorcycles. Since 1999, we've taken the wheelwright's heritage, craftsmanship, dedication, and pride in here with us, so our brothers and sisters can ride right. We set out to roll out improvements. We invented the Fat 50 for a stronger, beefier wheel that works better on the heavyweight cruisers. We invented our MHEs, modular hub ends, to add speed in wheel making so bikers can get their order faster than anybody. A new flexibility in customizing was born as we did this. With these swappable hubs, one's wheel became more interchangeable with other motorcycles. The three-wheel riders on trikes, Can-Ams or T-Rexes, for example, found the company that can match highly stylish motorcycle wheels with automotive ones. Demand increased. We grew. Refinements passionately made. Orders went out. Tests were aced. This has been our circle of life at Ride Right. We wheelwrights know little else. We're simple. A simple wheel company based in California. We're solid, stably rolling steadily as growing industry leaders with a reputation for making motorcycle wheels and warranty strong. A solidity to rest bikes and lives upon. Boundless expresses our wheel compatibility. It is how we feel as we move onward and upward. It's how Ride Right owners feel, and they roll on in freedom and confidence. It is the day of the specialists, experts in a class conscious of every nuance, focus rules. Our specialty is wheels, and wheels only. We respectfully carry the wheelwright legacy into our eccentric world by improving the rides of motorcycles and riders globally. We are proud wheelwrights, nothing more. We are Ride Right. Simple, solid, boundless.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Yuasa Battery, DP Brakes, and Icon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Motorsports Park Hastings for round one of the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. Just about time to get our final race of the day off and rolling with our Andrews Bagger GP class as well as our Pirelli Pro Stock, both sitting on the grid right now as we get ready to send them off and rolling. And then don't forget also the top three from your Super Street class earlier today. By finishing in that top three, they are allowed to line up here for this final race of the day as well, so having to qualify in for that. So cool little extra couple of machines out there on course. And don't get me wrong, they're not just out there to participate and see the sights. They're going to get in the mix as well as we get ready for what sounds like is sure to be a great day of racing. 78 of Kyle, I believe Onzorg is how you say the last name. Really looking solid in your fastest qualifier here today. Drew Jankard, of course, jumping over now to the 99 ride. You've seen him all day along on the number 11. The 55 of Seth, the 34 of Seth Dahmer there on the end. And then, of course, Cody Gilmore on what would be the number one bike, having to swap machines around due to some mechanical issues. But as long as he is on the grid, that's the most important part. So the Suburban crew going to do everything they can to get that machine put back together for round two, of course, which is tomorrow. Looks like some problems there for the 34 of Dahmer. He got it fired back up as Tony Tucker and the rest of the crew for our Pirelli Pro Stock class all get ready to make their way out here for the warm-up lap. One last opportunity to kind of feel things out. Not really going to have an opportunity to change anything, but you can at least be aware of it, kind of try to make the rider adjustments necessary for it as we get ready for the final race of the day. Onzorg and then Foley, if I'm not mistaken, your two fastest qualifiers. So Cody Gilmore and Jake Masters, names we've become incredibly familiar with over the past few years. Not quite grabbing pole position here today. You know, one thing about both Gilmore and Masters is they are gamers. They're racers, and they like to save it for when it counts. So by no means does the second in qualifying say anything. Tony Tucker, a solid qualifying result as well. Of course, like we said, this is round one of 6 here in Hastings, Nebraska. We'll have round 2 tomorrow, and rounds 3 and 4 coming up in just about a month or so out in Michigan. But for right now, everybody focus right here on Motorsports Park Hastings, and of course, the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers season. Big shout out to everybody here involved, all of our friends at Stoke Media for bringing you this live coverage, and then of course Racer TV as well for bringing you all racing all the time as our riders make their way through this warm-up lap. Big shout out to our friends out at Motorsports Park Hastings. Like we said, top-notch facility inside and out. Always do things the right way, and we really appreciate that. I believe this is round 3 of the BRL coming right here to MPH. As here we go, final approach. Racers getting set on the grid, and we are getting set for the final green flag of the day. There you see the 78, Kyle Onzorg. Your fastest qualifier from earlier today on the Indian machine. be Seth Dahmer, who we saw some great rides from earlier today as well. Also on a different machine here for this final race in the Andrews Bagger GP class. Going to be on the outside of row number 1, but looks like 30-second card is in the air, and we are just about ready for a green flag to fly for the final time today. 30 goes to 15, and it all comes down to this. Here we go, flags waving for the final time here today. Looks like Gilmore was lined up way in the back there, possibly due to having to switch those machines. Tried to make the most of a good start. But here we go, and look at that, 3 wide around turn 2 and 3. Somebody making some quick moves. Might have been the 34. Did not get the start that he was hoping for, so how about it, Dahmer? Going to have to try to climb back up after a tough start. Meanwhile, looked like Onzorg was up there. Jankard we've seen really fast off the start all day today as well, but on a different machine. So there it is. Onzorg, looks like that's Foley on the 29. So your pole qualifier for the Pirelli Pro Stock class. And this is he's a sneaky guy as far as skills goes. We saw him introduced to the BRL last year, almost immediately started to make some strides forward, battle for podiums, battle for wins, and looks like he means business here this year in 2026 as well. Meanwhile, I believe that is Dahmer now in the, no, that's not the number 3 spot, so that is about the 5th place position. Looks like that is the 99 of Jankard, holding on to the 3 ride for now. And then is that potentially Jake Masters that is in between Jankard and the 34 of Dahmer? I believe so. Woo, getting a little sideways action as Dahmer threads it up the inside. So what a move from the 34, getting racy as now they try to set their sights on Drew Jankard. But how about this? Masters not finished with it yet. Golly, they are pushing. I'm telling you what, folks, those machines are not normally ones you see dancing around underneath somebody for braking. Just goes to show how hard these riders and these machines are pushing the limits. You see on the top of your screen your Andrews Bagger GP and Pirelli Pro Stock top 5 looking like this right now. Kyle Onzorg, Brendan Foley, Drew Jankard, Seth Dahmer, and Jake Masters. 1 through 5, the Memphis Shades live drone. You see the shot is, look at this once again. Jankard just chopping off the front end of Seth Dahmer, protecting that inside line and protecting that 3rd place spot right now. Meanwhile, Foley and Onzorg say, you guys can fight all over that final podium spot. We're going to try to check out with the class wins. Just once again, Dahmer on the charge. Masters, for the moment at least, is taking a breath. Going to try to recalculate, see what he can figure out. Man, even under acceleration, these guys are just dancing around underneath. That takes so much confidence. Look at this, side by side through the switchbacks. This is some of the closest bagger racing that we have seen, and this is round 1 of the season. As look at that, Foley finally able to close the door and get the pass made around Drew Jankard. So now Jake Masters, once again, we heard it in that grid walk, not at 100% after having some injuries in the offseason. And these 2 riders are not in Jake's class, so you got to wonder what that level of urgency is going to be for the number 1. Now, Brendan Foley, who's 2nd place physically on track, is in Jake's class. So he is sitting in that number 2 spot in class. If he wants a chance to fight it up with the 29, he's got to get around the 99 and the 34 in front of him. Oh, Masters, look at that, real late on the brakes. Again, slides up the inside. Jankard is lethal in that corner, though. Goes all the way from the left side, cuts back across underneath. Meanwhile, Dahmer starting to creep out of the frame just a little bit from these 2. Drew Jankard trying to put the pressure on. A little bit of wobbles there is going to allow Masters to close up again. Masters going a little moto style with the leg out. Trying to keep these machines balanced. Trying to take a look. It almost looked like Masters' visor wasn't down. Let's look at this now. Masters going to go way out wide. And then let's see if he can cut back underneath on the exit of the corner. Cuts under. A look down to the machine. Because, man, he set it up great. Just wasn't quite able to get the drive out of that final corner. Back side by side there for turns 1, and let's go ahead and make it 2 and 3 as well. Why not? 1 and the 99. Oh, look at this Masters. Now this time around the outside. Able to keep the pressure on and able to get around Drew Jankard. So now Jake Masters finds himself in the 4th place spot. Immediately able to open up about a bike length or so. And now stretches that out to 4 or 5 as he tries to chase down Seth Dahmer, who hangs on to that number 3 ride. So Kyle Onzor, Brendan Foley, Seth Dahmer, and now Jake Masters and Drew Jankard round out your top 5. Here in this one, Onzor, just like he drew it up, get the start, well, get the qualifying position, then get the start, and then just hit your marks from there. This is exactly what he was hoping to do. I believe that's Dahmer we're watching on screen right now. The Memphis Shades live drone hops over to, this should be Brendan Foley on the number 29 ride. This is a quietly stellar ride for Foley right now. Not quite able to show a wheel to Onzor, not under any pressure from Dahmer for the moment, but man, got to think the 29 going to be fired up after a ride like this. Year 2 here in the BRL and already competing on the biggest stage. The Pirelli Pro Stock class really been one of the fan favorites. Nice, I don't want to say it's a predictor of the next, Bagger GP greats, but it is kind of the way it seems to have gone. Cody Gilmore, we've seen obviously Jake Masters, now Foley kind of stepping up saying, hey, I think I've got what it takes, and certainly showing that he does. Meanwhile, have not seen, there is your leader, Kyle Onzor, on screen. Have not seen Gilmore. We know he's out just circulating, trying to get some points here for round 1. We know that it's not how the number 1 is wanting to start the season off, but he's got that number 1 for a reason. He knows it is a long season. Anything could happen. Onzor starting to work his way through some lap traffic now. Gets that machine straightened back out. You see, just able to kind of tuck in behind that screen and let the bike do what it does best. Man, Onzor does not seem phased by the machine kind of shaking around underneath him at all. You can see that throttle hand still just absolutely locked. The Indian ride looking really solid. He is relatively local from what I've been told. He's actually just about an hour or so from right here at NPH. So pretty cool, the local boy showing up and showing out right now. Onzor really putting on a clinic as nobody else, even within the sight of the camera shot here on this one. This could be a breakout ride for him here at the top level of the BRL, the Andrews Bagger GP class. And yeah, not only a way to introduce yourself, but how about it, the only Indian in the field as well. So great showing from the Indian. The machine, the crew, everything about it. I mean, this thing looks picture perfect right now. And then, of course, you saw the big Tab exhaust semi set up there in the pits, the Tab Performance Group, and Tab a big backer of Onzorg as well. Great to see them also showing up in a big way here to BRL. Always great when you see the vendors and the sponsors bringing out all the tents and the displays and everything like that. It means they recognize the opportunity the event holds for the products themselves. So great to see Tab in the house with us. And great to see, I'm sure they're very happy to see their rider out front putting in a great ride right now. Here is that the number 1 of Masters that we just saw? That is one of our lap riders on screen. There you see the number 1 on the back of the leathers. That also, if I'm not mistaken, could be Cody Gilmore. I believe he's got the number 1 on the back of the leathers as well, but out there on an alternate machine due to some mechanical difficulties. Getting told here kind of exactly what happened with Gilmore. Sounds like some front brake issues, and ultimately went off course. And there has been a fair amount of rain in this area, and so he had some issues between the brakes. He got stuck in the mud, but nonetheless, you can't rattle this guy. He's from a motocross and supercross background, and so now he's on a backup machine out here just trying to get some points. But how about it? White flags in the air. 1 lap left for Kyle Onsord, Brendan Foley, Seth Dahmer, Jake Masters, and Drew Jankert. Your top 5 headed to the white flag. And Kyle Onsord, the local rider here to MPH, trying to start his BRL career off with a win. What a way to do it. Grab the start and then just handle the race from there. Can't draw it up much better than that. So you see the Indian machine looking as solid as ever. Coming down to the final half a lap or so. The Andrews Bagger GP class and the Pirelli Pro Stock closing out the program here for today. Don't forget, podium celebrations coming up right after this. Of course, going to be live here on Racing TV as well. But one more time, through the switchbacks, Onsord, calm, cool, collected, and about 1 more corner away from a checkered flag now in sight. How about it? Welcome to MPH. Welcome to BRL. Kyle Onsord gets the job done and grabs the win for your Andrews Bagger GP class. And he does it with style. How about that? On the rear wheel across the line. Meanwhile, Brendan Foley with a very solid start to his 2026 season as well. And oh wow, actually sounds like Dahmer might have made the pass. So we'll wait for that official finishing result, but we've got Dahmer through the stripe, we've got Janker through the stripe, and Masters as well. So waiting to hear. I thought Brandon Foley was in that number 2 physical spot. And that would give him the Pirelli Pro Stock win, so we'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, no question about it, the 78 gets the job done, handles business from green all the way to the checkers. Here in this one, of course, we'll have that red line race recap coming up here in just a second, show you how it all broke down. There goes the 55 ride. That is the backup bike there for Cody Gilmore. As the final few rides take the checkered flag, and Cody, of course, planning on being back on that main ride tomorrow for round 2. The Suburban crew already hard at work. Meanwhile, for round 1, the work coming to a close as we get ready to show you that red line race recap here for our Andrews Bagger GP and Pirelli Pro Stock classes. There you saw the number 1 of Gilmore lined up at the back of the grid. Immediately starts trying to pick up some positions, but it would be the number 78, Kyle Onsord, with a very solid start and immediately making some quick moves. Drew Jankert with a solid start as well and was up in the fight. Jankard, Dahmer, and Onzorg. And then Brendan Foley making some quick passes out of that Pirelli Pro Stock class. It's like a 4-rider duo. Then you had this 3-rider breakout between Jankard, Dahmer, and they just whittle it down. It goes from 4 to 3, now to 2, the 99, and the 1 going at it. Jake Masters gets up into the mix out of that Pirelli Pro Stock class, sitting in the number 2 ride. Masters would bide his time and ultimately make the pass happen. Shortly after this, just able to keep the power up along the outside and steal that position away. Meanwhile, out front, no problems, no threats, just a nice Saturday cruise at a very high rate of speed with the 78 of Kyle Onzorg. The Indian machine did exactly what was needed and takes the checkered flag on the back wheel here for your Andrews Bagger GP and Pirelli Pro Stock class. That Alpine Stars top 10 looking like this. It's Kyle Onzorg, Brendan Foley, Seth Dahmer, 1, 2, and 3, Jake Masters, and Drew Jankard, your top 5. Tony Tucker, Cody Gilmore, Tyler Elliott, Matthew Maldonado, and Corbin Morrell rounding out your top 10. As we're going to send things to a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere, folks. Podium celebrations coming up right after this. This is the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades.
We're Advan Black, industry leader in color-matched performance bagger parts.
For over a decade, we've been building premium parts and accessories for baggers. Designed for riders who demand more from every mile. Advan Black. You choose the destination, we handle the rest.
Drive anywhere on the Dueler AT Ascent tire. With rugged sawtooth edges designed for on- and off-road adaptability. Bridgestone innovation in all terrain.
From the sun-drenched coasts of California to the stormy plains of the Midwest and the misty peaks of the Appalachians, this beautiful nation gives us all kinds of weather, but nothing the American Elite 2 can't handle. When the skies open up, confidence comes alive. This is a true long-haul tire, engineered precisely for unpredictable elements along the way, providing exceptional grip and stability when it matters most. American Elite 2, built for the ride.
This broadcast of the Bagger Racing League is brought to you by Advan Black, Redline Oil, and Dunlop. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers. Round number 1 officially coming to a close as we just threw the checkered flag on our final race of the afternoon, our Andrews Bagger GP and Pirelli Pro Stock classes, and our very own Rob Ida stands by down at the podium.
Hey, guys, we're down here on the podium with our Bagger GP, the Andrews Bagger GP class. And now, sitting third in points as we're one race in, Drew Jankard, all day long, you've been on the podium.
Yeah, it's been a really good day for us. We struggled a little bit in that race, but we salvaged some points, got third, put it on the box, so we're happy with that, and we'll take it from here and try to do better next time.
Well, tomorrow's going to be the next time, but right now you're going to pick up an award from MotoGP 250 champion and World Superbike champion, Mr. John Kaczynski. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Absolutely. LOR puts together this bike, and they work relentlessly to give me the best package possible. And Bridgestone tires were hooking up really well, and DP brakes, and the Barnett clutch got me a pretty monster start there. So I was happy with that at least. But yeah, a lot of people go into it, and I have to say thank you to everybody. And I want to say hi to my kids and wife back home.
Well, congratulations, folks. Drew Jankard. Make our way down here. Seth Dahmer over here joined us last year. He came out to Las Vegas, put his leg over a bagger for the first time, had a great outing, decided to move up to the Andrews Bagger GP class, and you're currently second in points after our first round. Congratulations. Take us through that race.
Yeah, it was a good race. It was a terrible start, honestly. It was really bad. I watched so many people pass me, and then I worked my way back, and I knew I wasn't going to catch them, so I just slowed down the pace and brought it home in second.
You know, obviously these are a long series, all these races. Obviously starting off with points every round, that's the most important.
Yeah, I got to thank the whole Tucker Speed team and Dark Horse. They've really put this bike together, and it's really amazing. And so we got a little work to do so we can keep up with the fast guys, but it's a really good start to the season.
Well, congratulations. I know you went to the John Kaczynski Academy this weekend, and presenting the award to Seth Dahmer is your professor. This is John Kaczynski. How does that feel?
Really good. It's honestly amazing.
Kyle, tell me how your day went.
It was a good day. We had we had got good qualifying this morning, so we're in the 29s. We had some more pace to go yet, but on lap one, the rear tire started to slide on me, and it's like, okay, let's not do anything stupid here. Let's just bring her home for the team and not give them a lot of work before next weekend.
We kind of heard from the guys that today you were going to head out of here. You got the points lead. You're the current points leader. So any chance we could talk you into sticking around tomorrow?
You gotta talk to the team here. So they're the ones that'll have to drive all the way overnight out to Road America. So yeah, we had a lot of fun. Thank you guys so much for putting on a great event. The track here is so much fun, very technical, a lot of time on the edge of the tire, and just I loved it. So we definitely want to be back.
Who's this little guy right here?
It's my little man, Will, so he just turned 1. So first podium for him. He worked hard.
You've been being a good boy, and Daddy got you down here on the podium. John Kaczynski, come on out. Now, we jumped the gun on the last race, and we didn't get the opportunity that we're going to do now. Where's Jeff Bailey at? See, close? Oh, yeah. This is the best part. Trophies are wonderful, but S&S this year decided they were going to hand out some hardware. So, what do we have here, sir?
Second place here to Seth. Congratulations. Great race.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for running some S&S parts. And over here, we've got Kyle. First place, $1,000 for Kyle. Awesome day. We're so happy to be part of this program. We're going to keep growing our involvement with the BRL series, and this is just the start. Thank you, everybody.
Jeff, we certainly appreciate you being here. How about we get the top 3 on the podium up here and get some photo opportunities?
All right, how about it, folks? Once again, a huge congratulations to our friends at the Andrew Bagger GP Podium. And speaking of which, we were able to catch up with the title sponsor of that class over at Andrews. Let's hear what they had to say.
The kickoff of our 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of Baggers presented by Memphis Shades. And where do we stop first? The title sponsor of our Bagger GP. Michael, last MVP, you handed over the prestigious Fred Fox Cup to the Suburban Harley team, and to have the Andrews name tagged on as the title sponsor, that certainly has to be something you're proud of.
Oh, it's absolutely great. I mean, we've been doing this for 54 years. It's in great memory of John Andrews. who founded the company, and we're just a pleasure to be part of this. It's such a professionally run organization, and we love to get out here and see the people doing what they love and working with our parts, and just the brotherhood. It's amazing.
You know, you talk about the parts, and a lot of these companies rely on types of testing. Some used to do out in the Mojave Desert and ride around for thousands of miles. You said, listen, we're going to take our products to the racetrack. We're going to show not only what they do performance-wise, but the durability. And the end result customer, that's who really benefits.
Absolutely. I mean, for many years, customers just assumed we had lifetime warranties because our stuff never wore out. But, you know, we don't have lifetime warranties. But we do stand behind our product, and, you know, we do everything to make sure the customer's satisfied and just make it a great experience all the way around.
Well, speaking of great experiences, we can't wait to see how this plays out in the Andrews Bagger GP Class at 2026.
All right, great stuff for our friends there at Andrews. And once again, a big thank you to all of them for helping us put on that Bagger GP class, the title sponsor there for Bagger GP, and then our Pirelli Pro Stock podium coming up next. And once again, a huge thank you to all of the incredible sponsors, including our friends over at S&S. We were able to catch up with them a little bit earlier this weekend as well.
132 cubic inches. That's right, 132 cubic inches.
Absolutely.
Jeff Bailey from S&S said, listen, we're going to build a motor that is going to perform, going to be durable, and going to be something that we could put our name on, S&S, and be awful proud of.
Yeah, the 132 is something that we were working on. It's coming, but we're out here to support these guys with all these products. But yeah, when the 132 hits, I think it'll be a package that people can just bolt in and go race with.
You know, that's the easiest thing out here. This class is becoming so much bolt-on, you know, the forks, the subframes, the swing arms, a lot of the aftermarket components. But the heart of the beast, that's where you guys, for, well, how long has the S&S name been around? It's got to be close to 100 years.
About, what are we at, about 68 years right now? So yeah, S&S has been around forever, proven performance, going racing. Racing's in our heritage. George Smith and everybody after him, you know, whether it's the Bonneville Salt Flats, road racing, flat track racing, drag racing, we want to be a part of it, and that's why we're here today.
One of the things that I don't think enough race organizations can speak to is we are so excited to have the contingency program. If you use their products, you're going to reward the racer.
Yeah, that's right. We want to help those guys who are out there racing. They're out here busting their butts, making it happen. So we want to be able to figure out a way to put money in their hands, and a really strong contingency program is what we've set up.
Well, the S&S name, you know if it's stamped on there, it's going to be quality, and it's going to be something you can be awful proud of.
Great stuff from our friends over at S&S Cycles. Big thank you for their involvement in the 2026 season as we get ready to send things back down to the podium, as I believe Rob Ida standing by with our Pirelli Pro Stock podium.
Well, we're down here on the podium with Tony Tucker, not only the owner and operator of Tucker Speed, not only the owner and operator of the 2-Bit Show, not only the guy that put together not one but 2 bikes that finished on the podium in our premier classes, but in your spare time you managed to fine-tune your craft. You are the legitimate threat to go home with this championship.
I hope so. These 2 boys to my left are pretty fast, but, you know, we got some work ahead of us. We got some changes coming to the bike. We're going to get even faster, and we're going to fight for a championship this year.
You know, that's the best part of it. These guys come out, we out, they hang out and stuff, but all of a sudden the helmet comes on, the visor goes down, and things get real serious.
Got real serious, you know, out there on the track. I got a bad start. I almost ran into Seth. He was right in front of me, and we got kind of slowed up, but put my head down, tried to kind of pick off some positions real quick, and then just settle into the race and bring it home.
Well, you certainly brought it home. I know that a list of people besides you and your crew, who you want to give a big shout out to?
First and foremost, just my crew and everybody. Tucker Speed, obviously, Dark Horse Motor Company, Law Tigers, SMT, HPI, Spectro Oil, The Brew, Pirelli. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. S&S Cycle for, getting us the horsepower to the ground and everybody. So, yeah, huge shout. I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody. Thanks, everybody, though.
Tony Tucker, third place. Paula Fox has your award right here. Tony Tucker from Tucker Speed. Making our way over to our international side of the field. This is from Australia. the defending champ in the Pirelli Pro Stock, Jake Masters. All right, Jake, come clean. What's going on?
Big day today. It took a lot of effort and energy to get here the last 4 weeks. I broke my femur 4 weeks ago. Had to put a rod in it. But I couldn't miss out on racing. I love this too much. I love this sport. It's so much fun. So it's been a tough day. It's been a tough 2 days. I haven't done many laps, but the race was really fun. I felt good out there. Had some good battles with Alloyart and Tucker Speed. It was fun. I love being out there. I'm in a lot of pain, but nothing better than racing and getting out here. I'd like to thank Joe at Suburban for putting all the bikes together, Bridgestone for keeping our tyres good, Sly Fox, All Balls, Legend Suspension, S&S. Big thank you to everyone. I'm excited for tomorrow. Need to get a little bit of a better start, and yeah, I've got not much to say. I'm exhausted.
Well, congratulations out there. Paula Fox has your second award right here. All right. So this guy came to the BRL a year ago with zero road racing experience. Joe Hupp from Suburban said, well, let's put him out there in the Super Street class. Dominated. Then how about go to the Pro Stock class? Okay, how am I going to do in my opening race? Dominated. What's going on?
I mean, you said it. Joe definitely set me up the weapon. The spike ran real good. And then, with Jake being down with the broken femur this past month, I definitely, I got the advantage on that one. But, he's got a month to recover, and we'll come back next round and have some fun.
Talk about having fun. I know that you got a lot of people that helped you get here. How about giving them a shout out?
I mean, there's so many, starting with Joe, Catherine, Aaron, the whole team, all the Senders Only boys, Fueling, Legend, Impact Wiring, Ben, he's been out here all weekend working his ass off, and there's so many of us that just pull all this together and make it happen, and we're thankful.
Well, being thankful, Paula Fox has your first place award right here. Brendan Foley and Paula Fox. Now, where's my buddy Jeff Bailey at again? All right, what side are we starting on? Over here? Let me come over here and see you. Nice job over there picking it up. And he's a dealer, so I'd have to think that as the folks come in and they see this broadcast and the S&S, they got to start looking for it.
Absolutely. We're here to support you guys. We've got parts in the truck. If you need something, call me up and we'll help you out. But, yeah, we're here to help the racers.
I think you got one more check in your hand. Two more. I like when you have two more checks. All right. Jake Masters picking up some S&S money as well. $500 for Jack. And Brandon Foley. Gentlemen, please take your steps on the podium. Top three in the Pro Stock division. How about a big round of applause? Well, that's it from down here on the podium. Let's send it back to the race studio.
All right, how about that? What a way to close out round number one, and what a way to kick off the 2026 Drag Specialties Battle of the Baggers presented by Memphis Shades season. I've been fired up all 2026 so far. We've been waiting for it, and, man, it certainly delivered. And guess what? We've got more racing action coming up here tomorrow, and that's not it. We've got a ton more of upcoming broadcasts right here on RacerTV.com as well. Of course, we pick back up with more GNCC racing, Round 8, a brand new location up at Watkins Glen, New York on June 6th for the ATVs. That's on Saturday, June 7th on Sunday for the bikes. And then we continue the Fox Jday off-road season on June 14th at Budds Creek in Maryland. That's going to be live all day long from 8 to 5 before we go to our final round of GNCC before the summer break. Snowshoe, West Virginia on June 27th. And spoiler, June 28th is going to be the bike day for you as well. So go ahead, click that notification subscription. Make sure you guys have it on your schedule. And make sure you plan to be right here on Racer TV. Of course, I say it all the time, guys. It takes a true village to be able to put on one of these events. So we want to give a huge thank you to everyone involved with Racer TV as well as Stoke Media. Of course, starting things off, our Racer TV executive producer, Carrie Jo Russell. OPAG, our producer, Adam Gordon. Good luck in the Adventure Cross tonight. OP Don Hampton. Don, I still got faith in you. If you'd be out there, I'm sure you'd be competing for that podium as well. Our director, Jack Renner. Our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden. Our second engineer and audio technician, Brian Wall. As well as our incredible camera operators, Liam Doe, Trey Carswell, Matt Urbanski, Riddick Turner, Bryce Bliska, and Jake Wren, as well as our drone pilot, Gabe Shull. I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys right back here tomorrow on Racer TV.